Right, guys, appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet the space, reshare the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, I will retweet your quote tweet. There's clearly a directed attack on these spaces. Apparently, no one's even been shown the space at all. No one's been shown our space at all. So if you can retweet, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. That would be awesome. I will retweet your quote tweets. I believe we're live on YouTube as well. Yes, we are. So hopefully that should be good. Okay, so yeah, if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. I'm just gonna retweet your tweets now. Let's see who has quote tweeted these, and I will retweet your quote tweets. So thanks to Albert. He's the poor guy who got attacked by Beatrix the other day. He's always the first. Beatrix. Barambu. Ashkan. Ron. Brent Camp. Listen to first and foremost. Marlies. And Tyler Durden. So thanks to that, guys. And if everybody else can quote tweet the space and retweet the space, that would be awesome. They're intentionally targeting the space, I'm telling you. So most people won't even know the space is live. So we need, and we're relying on you to let everybody know the space is live. Let me get into some of the news that we missed. I did go through in the last attempts at doing this stream, which failed. So Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar on Italy says, Italy, despite all its difficulty, is defending the state of Israel against attempts to impose sanctions on it by the EU. I don't know what you're talking about there. Iranian army spokesman said any new aggression committed by the enemy will be met with new tools and means. The Strait of Hormuz is under control and no ship, whether friendly or hostile, can pass through it without our permission. Iranian army spokesman said any new... I mentioned that. Israeli Foreign Minister Smotrich on Trump, he said Trump is a miracle. He is simply a miracle. If Kamala Harris had been elected, we wouldn't have got what we wanted, he's saying. Israeli opposition leader Lapid shows I forget what that. Kuwait export 0 barrels of crude oil for the first time since the Gulf War in 1991. Spain and Brazil accuse Israel of kidnapping its citizens following global aid flotilla illegally captured in international waters. Iranian senior official says Iran is fully prepared to repel any aggression. Iran's Pezeshkian said, if we are witnessing scenes on the field of defending the homeland that have astonished the world, we owe it to the teachers who have taught our children lesson in faith, sacrifice, humanity, and love for Iran. The future of Iran is built with empathy, affection, and forgiveness. The hope of Iran is the children you were raising. Happy Teachers' Day. Iran's new plan for the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian Parliamentary Deputy Speaker Ali Nikzad said the following, and once I read this, I'll retweet some more of the tweets, and I need to send the links out to people as well, because most people won't know that we're live. The plan for managing the Strait of Hormuz was drafted in 12 articles. Under this plan, the Zionist regime will not be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz at any time. Hostile countries should not be able to take passage permits if they do not pay war reparations. The remaining ships will be able to cross the Strait of Hormuz based on the law that will be approved by the Shura Council and by obtaining a license from Iran. The Strait of Hormuz law will be passed in accordance with the international laws and the rights of our neighbours, and we will not give up our rights. Head of the Reconstruction Committee of the Iranian Shura Council, Mohammad Reza Rezai, said the new Iranian administration of the Strait of Hormuz is important as the nationalization of the oil industry Managing the Strait of Hormuz is more important than obtaining nuclear weapons. Based on the plans for managing the Strait of Hormuz, 30% of the fees collected from the ships will be used to strengthen military infrastructure. Okay, I'm going to give you some more news, but just retweet the space for me, guys. Reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. I'm going to retweet Rachel, Carl, Eric, Teresa, True North.
Let me do that. Let me Lamont give some news and
Great, yeah. Roshnak, let me just quickly read these names out and then I'll give it straight to you. Paul, Mish, Hope, always a appreciate the support. Unknown Forever, Claire, and Left Turn. Thanks for that, guys. Okay, guys, if you could retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live, that would be awesome. Okay, Beatrix, yeah, you have some news to give?
yeah, I do. Well, I think it's news. It's speculation. I just sent you a message quickly. Hey, Doc. Oh, Kim's here as well. Let's bring Kim up. I just started watching a movie on South Africa as well, Kim. Funnily enough. But let me tell you this, right? So this is a bit weird, guys. I'm going to read it to you. And basically, Arab social media is abuzz with rumors that Sharjah may announce its secession from the United Arab Emirates very soon. So the UAE is like a confederation, and it's got, I think it's 7 emirates. It's got Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Ajman, Ras Al Khaimah. You've heard Ras Al Khaimah mentioned when Bish Bash Bosh was going down. Fujairah also when Bish Bash Bosh was going down. I think it's Al Quwain and Sharjah. So those are the 7, right? And these 7 states formed a federation. I think it was like in the early 1970s after Britain left. And that's when the United Arab Emirates, UAE, came into existence with these 7, right? So it's governed by like a federal Supreme Council that has the monarchs of all of these 7 emirates. Now, the ruler of Abu Dhabi serves as the president of UAE, and the ruler of Dubai serves as the vice president and prime minister. And then all the other, like, monarchs of all the other little places all sit on this federal Supreme Council. At least that's the way I think it works, right? So the monarchs of these 7 states have got like absolute authority within their emirates, but they collaborate on federal matters like foreign policy and defense. So, for example, Sharjah or Ras Al Khaimah, the monarchs of those will decide what happens in their region, but then on a federal level, they talk about foreign policy and defense. Now, there's a lot of reports on Arab social media and some of the Arabic news that the rulers of Sharjah, who is, I think, Sheikh Mohammed bin Sultan Qasimi, is quite conservative. He's also got close ties to Saudi and the Saudi monarchs. He's not happy now with the foreign policy of the UAE. This is what they're reporting. This is all social media and media's reporting. I don't know if it's true or not, but I found it quite interesting because I didn't know all of this, right? I didn't understand how the UAE was made up and things like that, so I was looking it up today. So I just thought I'd share it. So apparently they're saying that he's not happy. This is the monarch of Sharjah is not happy. And these sources that are talking to the media, that could be anybody, says the ruling family of Sharjah has been strongly resisting the influence of Israel in the UAE. And they consider it a betrayal to the founding fathers of the UAE who strongly opposed Israel and who supported Palestine. So Sharjah is concerned about that, and they're also concerned about the deteriorating relations between the UAE, federal, obviously, and Saudi. So the Sharjah monarchs believe that Saudi Arabia, which has supported the UAE throughout its history, should never have been given preference over any other state. So what they're saying is the constitution of UAE is really quiet about this, the fact that, you know, Sharjah may leave, but if a state wants to leave, nothing can stop it legally. So when I read that, I did wonder if this was going to be the first breakaway of the UAE. You know, if the UAE. So I don't know if you guys saw the interview, Suleiman's interview last week with a Pakistani journalist called Mubashir Luqman. He said to Suleiman that there will be a complete regime. He said, he named a few regions, a few different regions, and said, look, across the region, he said, let me tell you, there's going to be regime change. He said in 3 different countries or whatever, and I can't remember all of it, but I remember he mentioned the UAE and said to Suleiman, the way that you see the UAE, it's not going to look like that. The UAE will no longer exist, is what he was implying. So when I saw that, I thought that's interesting. Let's see if something comes of it. But welcome, Doc Manco. Doc, jump in.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, after I heard what you said about the UAE, has anyone heard if OPEC has responded to UAE's decision to leave the organization? I haven't.
I haven't seen anything, to be honest, Doc, yet,
Well,
which is
things are certainly
interesting.
churning, you know.
Yeah. Let me just have a look. If I can see, but I don't think they have responded. I mean, what are they going to say? What are they going to say? There's nothing that I can see here. I mean, Trump's responded. Trump said it was great that they pulled out of OPEC. But then I don't know how much notice we're supposed to take of Trump these days. So
Yes,
yeah.
it's a sideshow. It is interesting that, well, we have relative peace right now, right? We've been predicting, some have anticipated, a kinetic attack. I don't know how many days it's been. I haven't heard, not that it's not happening, but haven't heard about Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Iran hasn't sent any new missile barrages into Israel that I've heard. The 3 carriers in the Middle East area, but none of them are engaging. The 2 Marine expeditionary ships with reportedly 5,000 Marines each on them must have reached the region by now, given the expeditious manner that they announced. The Americans just made it very clear to the world that, hey, we're coming hard and we're coming fast. We're going after the islands. And now Trump is keeping the meeting in China in 2 weeks, reportedly.
Yeah, I just read he's going ahead with it. And that's after he just put sanctions on China. He's put sanctions on, hasn't he, for them buying Iranian oil. So he's put sanctions on them and he's still going to go ahead. So far, they say he's still going to go ahead with the meeting, but let's just see. It's the 15th and 16th or 15th and 17th, 15th to the 17th or 15th to the 16th of May. So it's in 2 weeks, Doc, you're right. And you know what? You just don't know, do you? He could rug pull it on the 12th or 13th or 14th and say, oh, you know what? I'm not well, or I think we should delay it or something. At the moment, they're saying he's going to go ahead with it. And yeah, Iran hasn't done any bish bash boshing. Iran will only do it if it's struck itself. I did read a statement today that Israel says that, oh, we're ready, which they've been saying for days anyway, and America's told us to stay ready because America's planning something. I'm paraphrasing here. Lebanon is just, you know what, right? So Lebanon is interesting because they are fighting it out over Lebanon badly. And I read something the other day, which is that what they call northern Israel, which is northern occupied Palestine, but it's where the border of Lebanon and Israel is. It's the Israeli side of it. So what Israel's been doing is it's been bombing southern Lebanon, because it wants to occupy southern Lebanon, and it's been bombing it because when it does a ground invasion, it gets bish bash boshed, right? Like these little IDF, what do they used to call them during the genocide? Diaper force. The diaper force cannot handle on the ground at all, right? And so they'll bomb to kill civilians. So when they bomb in the hope that people move away from southern Lebanon, they can occupy it. But the reverse has happened. So what's happened is when Hezbollah has been like literally firing rockets in, northern Israel, northern occupied Palestine is like a ghost town. There's hardly anybody there. Hardly anybody. So I actually started thinking, and I don't know obviously what the case is. I have to listen to Suleiman's interviewed a couple of Lebanese journalists today. One of them was really good. I did hear a bit of it. But I'm wondering if actually Hezbollah may end up just literally taking back northern occupied Palestine at the end of this. Because if it's barren and there's nobody there, then, whose land is it anyway? I don't know, Doc. This is really confusing. It's weird times.
Well, it gives me a sense of optimism, and maybe that's going to be short lived. But I'm sure others will come up. Will have a different opinion about where we're at right now. But it seemed everyone was pulling hard that we were going to go bish bash bosh. Missiles attacks, desalination plants, oil facilities, cities. So hasn't happened.
Yeah, I think America's preparing something. I don't know. It's really there's a lot of I try not to pay a lot of attention to this. So Iran said it again today, what Suleiman read out, that Israeli ships cannot go through. You can only go through if you pay, and if you've been involved in any way working with this terror coalition between Israel and America, if you've been on their side, then you're going to have to pay wartime reparations before we'll let you through. And I thought today, well, why are they saying that again? And I thought, well, they're clarifying their position again. So this time there's no misunderstanding of where they stand and what the situation is with the Strait of Hormuz.
They gave it a lot
But they've also said
more structure, some independence in determining the final, application of basically what's going to be a toll for some, but not all. And we had Trump, another optimistic sign, and I think that's good. I think for Europe and Turkey and India and Japan and others who depend on the Gulf oil flow, having that sort of structure, I think, is helpful toward coming toward a mediated and final settlement on the issue. And Iran has the power and the ability to enforce that payment, whether it's tolls for ships to go through or an acknowledgement of reparations in some way to pay that, or return of sovereign funds held by any number of countries, going all the way back 47 years. And if you include interest in that literally is trillions of dollars. So money seems to be the answer here. China certainly will give voice to Iran's concerns, will almost certainly support Iran in the application of a toll. China may even require that toll be paid in yuan, further damaging the petrodollar. And at the same time that Trump, on the first, complied with the law, whether he intends to continue that adherence to the law or not, and said that the war was over. And that was something that I discussed and posted about, because that's what the law says under an act, an American legal act called the War Powers Act, which allows the president 60 days to conduct a military campaign before he has to come to Congress to fund this exercise. And so that 60 days came, and on the button, Trump said the war is over. Now, he has 30 days of extended funding if he says he's withdrawing, which he has not said. And of course, he could, play fast and loose with the intent of the law and just redeclare another military campaign and try to start the clock, over again for another 60 days. So, but the fact that he did take this step to me is optimistic. It supports my optimism about the fact that I don't believe we're going to have more of a kinetic exchange between the countries.
But I was going to ask you that, Doc. Like, did he comply with the law because he wanted to comply with the law, or did he end the operation because? But I think you've answered it, because he just didn't want to go back to Congress, right? He can just start a new operation if he wanted to and run it for another 60 days or 59 days and use whatever funds he wants to. And your second point is, like, it gives you optimism, but then where does that leave us? It just leaves us with a Strait of Hormuz that limited vessels are going through. Oil flowing remains a massive constraint for a lot of the world. People are going to carry on feeling the impact of it, which is probably the plan. And Trump just keeps talking every few days. I mean, yesterday he didn't say much about Iran at all, did he? It was all about Ilhan Omar and Somalians and the left and the radical left and all of this. And it's just like, oh, seriously, are you on that bandwagon again? Like, you've just put us in a wartime situation. The world is suffering. Are you going to do anything about
Yep.
this? Like, are you going to negotiate with them? Are you going to talk to them? Are you going to approach them? But he doesn't want to do any of that. So I guess that's part of the plan, is what I'm saying, Doc. We're stuck there. And just before I come back to you, Doc, there's one other thing that I wanted to run past you really quickly, and then I give the mic to you. I don't know if you saw this, but I think whilst we're all focused on the war, we have to look at what else is going on in our countries, because our leaders cannot be trusted, because Keir Starmer's trying to do all sorts of stuff. I'll tell you what he's done in a bit. But this is quite surreal. So there's legislation passing through Congress, which would, for the first time in American history, treat service in a foreign army as legally, and we know which foreign army it is, by the way, legally equivalent to service in the US Armed Forces, but only where that foreign army is Israeli occupation army. So it's going to grant Americans serving in the Israeli army the same rights as US troops. So back to you on both of those things, Doc.
Well, so what was it? So I'll take your last question first. So this law, as I understand it, would allow Americans to serve in the Israeli army and still be paid by Americans. Is that your understanding?
I guess I'll send it to you. I'll send you the post. The Middle East Monitor reported it.
Yeah.
There's a whole article on it.
Well,
Um,
yeah. So my reaction to that, if that's the case, and I think that's our understanding. Look, we can't even get Americans to volunteer for the American army right now. So how many Jewish boys that grew up here in Encino, California, where I did, near Los Angeles, are they going to run to join the Israeli army? I just don't believe it. It's this, to me, it's a sign of desperation, and it's consistent with the problems that we've had in meeting military quotas in terms of signing up new soldiers since Biden was the president. And it's only gotten worse. And one of the ways we know that it's gotten worse among the youth in America in terms of support for Israel, the war, the genocide, or their MAGA patriot, 18-year-olds, is a growing dissatisfaction, particularly under the under 30 crowd, and more particularly under the 25 crowd. The students in universities, while our government cracked down on support from student groups and students over their support of the Palestinians last summer, that too is a sign of desperation, because they could see where the trend lines were going among the youth of America. And so there might have been the perception among the Israelis and Bibi that this is go time because we're just losing steam and support. And the money that we are getting from America that we then turn around and give to their politicians, that's going to dry up. So to me, Trump might have been convinced or blackmailed, as I believe, to go along with this, but it's turning all kinds of bad in every way. it doesn't surprise me, particularly because the economic devastation that will come, as Simon so eloquently has talked about in this space for months now. We're on the precipice of some really significant economic stress on Americans for something that most Americans, particularly the youth in our country, despise. So the fact that things are slowing down in terms of the violent exchange in the area, that doesn't surprise me because it speaks to people acting and believe in but behaving in a rational way. And I think the world tends toward rationality, or at least it has, except for maybe the last 2 years in Israel.
Yeah, thanks for that, Doc. I've got some breaking news, but what I'd say, Doc, is that I personally don't believe Trump's been blackmailed. I think he's been paid to do this and rewarded handsomely, hence why he's sending Kushner and Witkoff for all the deal making. But the breaking news is Iran has responded with a 14-point plan to America's 9-point plan. Iran demands ensuring non-aggression, withdrawing US military forces from Iran's periphery, lifting the naval blockade, this is the American one, I'm assuming, releasing Iran's blocked assets, paying compensation, lifting sanctions, ending the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, establishing a new mechanism for the Strait of Hormuz. So when I look at these things, right, non-aggression, there's a couple of things there. Ensuring the end of war on all fronts, non-aggression, withdrawing the US military forces from Iran's periphery. They're all about let's stop fighting and killing people. Very, very reasonable. I think we all want that. Lift the naval blockade. I think we all want that. It'll help the oil prices. It'll help everyday working people. Release Iran's blocked assets. Pay compensation for the damage. Lift sanctions. Iran should have never been put under sanctions or had any of its assets blocked. It's not done anything. It's not gone and done a genocide on people.
Wait, it's closing the Strait of Hormuz right now, Beatrix.
But this stuff had happened decades before the Strait of Hormuz was closed. And the Strait of Hormuz was only closed because Iran was bombed, right? Every action has a reaction, Manco. So these things pre-exceed that. So that's what I'm saying, that this whole thing, if you break it down, is what led to the Strait of Hormuz being closed. It wasn't closed before. It was 65 days ago it wasn't closed. So that's the thing. But yeah, that's the breaking news, guys. It's on Suleiman's page, all of those 14 points. The 14-point plan is there. So if you want to go read it again, by all means, do go read it and share it, please. I want to welcome Ashkan and Andy. Let's go to Ashkan, then I'll come to you, Andy. Ashkan, jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Beatrix. Thank you, Sally. I just wanted to voice displeasure at Israeli troops getting VA benefits and all kinds of stuff that we give to our veterans. I mean, they're not our veterans. I don't. It's just really just off the wall.
Ashkan, you're going to need to speak up. I think you're very faint or your mic's not great.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. I know you're despondent, but you need to speak up. Yeah, much
Do you
better.
need me to repeat myself or?
No, I think you said that they're going to get the benefits, and
Yeah, when our
they should.
own veterans are homeless and committing suicide and everything, and we're gonna go extend whatever we're supposed to give to them to Israeli soldiers, it just pisses me off, and I'm sure it's gonna piss a lot of Americans off. Just wanted to say that about that, and then yeah, about the strait being closed. I mean, you answered Manco, I think, correctly, and it's it's not going to get better. It doesn't look like it's going to get better anytime soon, at least.
Thanks, Ashkan. Yeah, let me tell you, so this hasn't become law yet. So this is House Resolution 8445. You can look it up. It's Republican Congressman Guy Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I can't pronounce his last name, and Max Miller of Ohio. They've tabled this, right? And they want to amend Title 38 of the US Code so that Americans who fight. And I was going to say that to you, Doc, actually, because you said that. You said, oh, can you imagine Jewish people? It's not going to be Jewish people that go and fight for the IDF. It's going to be Americans. Like a lot of Indians went, British people, like normal British people and professionals also went from the UK to fight for the IDF. Europeans went to fight for the IDF. One of the things that's come up, some of the doctors, like Dr. Rama, who got a medical license taken away when Suleiman's interviewed her before, she's actually said that, look, for speaking out for Palestine, like I've been suspended and now obviously she's being prosecuted and all these other things, horrific things that are happening to her. But she said the amount of people that have gone and fought for the IDF from the UK, probably in the thousands, I think there's a number out there. But she said you could go in and you could be seeing your doctor, you could be going to hospital to see a consultant, you could be, it could be somebody like who went over the summer, who's a teacher in a school. You wouldn't even know it that they'd gone and committed genocide because they're given that degree of protection to go and fight for the IDF and come back. So it would be ordinary Americans. And this law, if it's passed, will amend Title 38 of the US Code so that Americans who fight for Israel are treated in the same manner as service in the uniformed services of the US. And there's over 20,000 American citizens serving in the Israeli military already, 20,000, and they're expected to benefit from this if this change comes into effect. So they'd get the same US veterans benefits, military protection that US veterans get under the existing law. And I can talk about this a little bit more, but that's what's being tabled. I don't know if it's going to pass or not. But yeah, it's a bit troubling that that's going through at the moment. But yeah, thanks for that, Ashkan. Jump in, Andy, and then we'll come to Amanda. Welcome, Amanda. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I just jumped in a little bit later, but did you see they're bringing, I don't know if you addressed this yet, but did you see they're bringing on this Nick Stork guy as part of the negotiating team, but he formerly worked for the lobbying arm of Foundation of Defense of Democracy, a hawkish group that was known for being very supportive of military action against Iran, and he was picked out by Witkoff and Kushner. So this new guy that they're bringing in to help for negotiations is just another Iran hawk, so it's not going to change anything. It's just another Zio, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I just still don't. This just feels like it's just going to be another kind of long standoff. I mean, we'll see what happens. Trump has his meeting coming up in China in a few weeks, which I mean will happen if there's no fight, but that meeting will not happen if missiles are flying into 8 countries in the Middle East. If the U.S. starts a war, there's no way that meeting happens. But yeah, this is kind of this still a holding pattern, and as we saw with the last negotiations, like there's until there's actually a deal signed and agreed to by both sides, and not just Trump posting gibberish on Truth Social. Like we're not gonna. There's no deal until there's a deal. So yeah, it's just wait and see. The oil prices are gonna still stay high until the strait is actually flowing, and nothing's really changed besides them trading proposals. And yeah, Iran needs to not give in until they get those sanctions lifted, because that is how they truly get their economy um, going and become the regional and even become the regional power that they deserve to be, and then they can put Israel in the box and make sure that they never even dare try something like this again, because with those sanctions lifted they can build up their defenses so strong then no one would even try to touch them after this. So no matter how many interceptors, missiles, whatever the US builds up in the next 5 years, if they try to come back, Iran would be way stronger than before the first time. So it'd be like, sure, come back at us. We just wiped the floor with you, even worse than the first time. Like Iran can keep the terms are clear. Everyone knows Iran's terms. It's just a matter of whether Trump and Bibi were willing to accept them. And yeah, if we start paying soldiers to go to Israel, like, good luck. You're going to even get people that supported Israel to turn against them at that point, because people are going to be like, what the heck? Now we're even paying for we're paying even more money for them, I think that would even slightly further erode support for Israel at that point. And I think that would get more people to acknowledge, like, yeah, this country has some control over us that I didn't realize before. Like, that would just further erode their support. So it's like these people keep doing self-inflicted wounds. It's like, they're like, we don't have control over you. And it's like, okay, really? Then why are you paying Americans to serve in a foreign army? And you have Randy Fine talking about dual loyalty, dual loyalty. Oh, we can't have um Dan Bilzerian, he's Armenian or whatever, serve in Congress. Okay, but it's okay to pay an American to serve in a foreign army? Like, that's the most absurd thing I have ever seen. Like, talk about dual loyalty. All of our congressmen have dual loyalty to a foreign Zionist entity, and it is absolutely disgusting. And if this bill, I honestly hope this bill passes almost in a perverse way, just because we need to accelerate the Great Awakening among our populace, not because I want to see us give the Zionist entity more money, but just because I don't see anyone actually going. It will probably be like 100 idiot Zios that decide to go. You'll probably have Gunther Eagleman being like, yeah, let's go over there and kill some Muslims, yeehaw, or some idiots like that. And then, but what it will do is it will wake so many people up, then you'll have this great awakening because people will be like, why are we paying this? Like, it's easy for people to talk tough on Twitter about how, with their racism and how they want to go kill some Arabs or whatnot, but no one's going to actually go over there and risk their lives to do it. People know how bad war is. No one's going to risk their lives and put boots on the ground in Lebanon. American soldiers don't even want to risk their lives and fight for our army. So you think the Americans are going to risk their lives for Israel? No, they are not.
Andy, there's already 20,000 Americans serving in the IDF. Now, they could be doing a variety of roles in the IDF, but there's 20,000 Americans serving in the IDF. And what they would get as an example is an American returning from a tour with the IDF would have the same rights that American troops get who fight in the American army. So, for example, they could demand their old job back from a US employer, right? Having been in the IDF. They can halt a foreclosure on their home in America. They'll benefit from interest rate caps on US debt on the basis of their foreign military service as opposed to American military service. So, yeah, it's I agree with you. But look, I was thinking about this last night. I was thinking we forget how occupied our countries are. So we've known for a long time, even before Keir Starmer became a politician, when he was director of public prosecutions, he'd never entered politics, that he was going to be the next Labour Party prime minister. He'd been groomed for that position. They brought him into politics. They had him on standby. During the genocide, Rishi Sunak was our short-lived prime minister. You could tell Rishi Sunak was only put there because he was going to obey orders. Remember, he came out of Downing Street to give a speech the night that Yahya Sinwar died, saying, do not glorify him. Do not do all these memes and tweets you're doing to show that he was a warrior. This isn't good. He was a terrorist. And I thought, really, with all the problems in this country, that's what you come out of Downing Street to make a speech about? And then they called a snap general election. And he didn't even stand against Rishi Sunak because they had Keir Starmer ready to take over. So the UK is massively occupied. None of our prime ministers are elected. They're all selected. Then I was thinking of America. Remember when X said you can see the locations of all the accounts? And then all of a sudden, very, very quickly, they said, oh, no, we've got to shut it down for the government accounts. Because what did we see? We saw Homeland Security was based in Tel Aviv. American Homeland Security's Twitter account is based in Tel Aviv, fully occupied. On that, just before I go to Amanda, I just want to read this out. So America has fast-tracked $8.6 billion in arms to the Middle East, and they've bypassed Congress to do it. Marco Rubio has invoked emergency authority so he can skip the congressional review. Qatar's going to get $4 billion in Patriot interceptor missiles. Israel, UAE, and Kuwait are going to get precision guidance systems and integrated air defense worth billions more. What else is there? Yeah, they said the Gulf allies have been under sustained missile and drone attacks since the Iran war began, and their stockpiles are depleted. Hence why American taxpayers are going to pay for that. I don't want that.
I don't want that either.
I want.
Yeah,
I know.
they don't get. I don't think they give that aid package unless they're planning on going back to war. Like, I think the fact that they're rushing it through on this quick of an emergency basis is because, okay, they're planning on attacking again, and they're like, okay, we have to, in the case of the Gulf states, defend our little vassals, kingdoms, and in the case of Israel, defend our masters. So yeah, like that's why they're giving them these defensive systems. They're not. It's because they're planning on going back to war. They're not doing this for, oh, in case there's some conflict 5 years down the line. No, it's an emergency defense thing, because the emergency is that BB's going to get impatient and say, "Hey Trump, we have an understanding here. This war got to start up again soon." That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's logical. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't actually replenish all of that unless you're thinking of doing another strike. I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I have no idea. So yeah, thanks for that, Andy. Amanda, jump in.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me okay? Because I was driving and I pulled over because I kept losing connection. Can you hear me?
We can hear you
Perfect.
really well. And you know what, Amanda? The chicks are so thoughtful. When they're driving, they pull over to speak.
Yeah, and
When the guys are driving, they just talk as though they're at the bottom of a swimming pool, and we have to make do with it. So thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. I actually pulled over and turned my car off so that I can talk into the phone. A couple of things I wanted to say real quick. Make sure everybody reposts the space. Um, Number one, these GI benefits that they're willing to give them. Now, from what I gather, there are a lot of Jewish families who, instead of sending their kids to go to American military, send them over to the IDF. However, the GI benefits, that means $1, you only need $1 down to buy a home. You get college paid for, access to the VA, which, the hospitals, which right now can't even handle the Americans that served. So this is awful. And of course, Brian Mass, who serves in Congress out of Florida, we've seen him wear his IDF uniform on the floor of the House for the American people at the Capitol. My son and I both called his office that day. But the reason I popped up here, I am right outside of Fort Hood, which is one of the largest. It's a huge army base here in the Texas Hill Country. It's the home of the cavalry. And I had the pleasure of accidentally meeting a nice young couple at an event I was just at. He is a tanker, so he drives tanks. Hispanic couple, originally out of El Paso. And and I would say late 20s, Catholic, because we talked about that too. He said the morale in the army right now is so low. He said as soon as people's reenlistment comes up, they're all getting out. He said this is not what they thought they were signing up for. Very awake. He said it was from October the 7th, like me. He knew all about the Schofield Bible. He just was just coming out with facts. He has friends that are stationed in Germany at the Ramstein Hospital. It has been shut down for all dependents. So normally, if your husband, or I guess wife, whatever, is stationed over there, you have access to the Ramstein Hospital, like to have a baby, for example. It's been shut down for all civilians. He said his friends that are there, he said it's overrun with injured coming back from the Middle East that our government is lying to us about. He said he's getting ready, I think next week, to go to Poland for a 9-month tour. I said, what are you going to be doing there? He says he's there to train Ukrainians. I said, they still have Ukraine? He goes, well, he said, every time people come back, they said all that's left are very old men. All the regular men are dead in Ukraine, right? They've killed, there's so many of them that have died. But yeah, that's going to be his job. He says, but they really don't have anyone to train, but that's going to be his job. I found it very interesting when he talked about the morale. He said the morale in the army is so low, especially amongst the Catholic Hispanics, any Catholics, he said. He was quoting Pope Pius X in 1904, who said that Catholics will never support a state of Israel, right? When he was answering back to Herzog. So there is hope. He's going to get out as soon as his enlistment is up. And that's the state of our military right now. These young men and women that are in the military, for the most part, they know what is going on. What my family did not know when we were, 5 years ago. So I find it very hopeful. They don't want to serve for Hegseth. They think he's a war criminal. They've all jumped off the Trump bandwagon. They were all big Trump supporters. They are not Trump supporters anymore. And so I was just letting him talk to me. I wanted to know what the morale was like and what the soldiers are thinking. And these are men and women right out of Fort Hood, which is, I believe, the largest army base in the United States. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to give an update. And the fact that Ramstein is overrun with injured, they don't want him coming back to the United States because they're trying to keep that a secret. So that's it. Thank you, Khaleesi.
Thank you, Amanda. That was a really important update. And you know what? Kudos to those men and women who are leaving the military in protest of some sort against what's happening, because it may just save their lives and it may save the lives of other innocent people, because they are innocent. This isn't a real wartime situation. This is aggression that America's done on behalf of Israel against a sovereign state. So yeah, appreciate that,
Well,
Amanda.
and
Thank you.
honestly, Khaleesi, the first thing he said, he goes, I didn't sign up for this. And I kind of had this puzzled look because I like to listen to them talk. And he said, none of us signed up to be in the Navy, pirates in the ocean. And none of us signed up in the Air Force to kill little girls in schools. He said, this is not what any of us signed up for. We signed up to defend America, and we don't feel that's what's happening. We feel like we're being used. That was his exact words. That it's just a meat grinder, and we don't want to be a part of it anymore.
Yeah, and Amanda, look, America, not one little hair on America has been harmed at all by Iran. So America's not under threat at all in any way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? And I think these people are really, really brave people for waking up to that, to be honest. I'm really glad you said that, because it kind of gives hope that people are changing and people are waking up and doing the right thing, and not doing, because this isn't for America, this is for Israel, let's face it. So yeah, thank you for that. Manko, jump in.
Yeah, so I've been, while you guys have been talking, I've been actually looking all this up. So I've seen some news stories here talking about this supposed bill having to do with the IDF. So I have to correct a few things. First of all, the bill was introduced in 2024 and it went nowhere. It just was introduced, got referred to committee, went absolutely nowhere. I don't know why it's being talked about now in May of 2026. However, I do see a military.com article that says that this happened in 2024, and this article was just published in April 27th of 2026. So maybe this was the origin point for it to get talked about in other news stories, which I'm also seeing here. It's House Resolution 8445. So the other thing is that this doesn't apply to all military benefits. It only applies to a single statute. Let me look at what the name of the statute is. The Service Members Civil Relief Act. And this doesn't give you general military benefits. What it is it's specifically designed to protect people who are in the military while they're deployed from having legal action taken against them. So, for example, you can't have a landlord evict you from your house while you're deployed in the military. You can't get sued. Like, a lot of things get put on hold. They can do it once you come back, but they can't do it to you while you're actually deployed, just so to stop, people who are deployed from getting stressed out by having to deal with stuff like that during that period of time. So that's all it is. And I've seen this, by the way, whenever I fill
So
out.
Manko, let me just stop you there, right? It was reintroduced in 2026. It's a bill with the same number, HR 8445. I think you need to look that up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I
looking at
think
the
it might be.
Congress.gov
Yeah.
website for it right now. And it says
So yeah, this is Middle East Monitor has
517.
reported on 8445.
I think Randy
Bill
Fine,
8445, and I think. Sorry, go on.
Randy Fine introduced it in the fact that one website or many websites don't mention that fact doesn't really surprise me. There's not a lot of sites that track every bit of proposed legislation, and there are thousands of bills proposed every session.
Yeah, Doc, well, I sent it to you, the article that I was looking at, and it doesn't mention Randy Fine. It mentions two other congressmen, but I think Manco might be
No, I double
kind of right,
checked and I
because
know what I'm doing. So I'm correct. It was introduced in 2024. It was not introduced in 2026. I'm on congress.gov, by the way, right now, which has all this information. I just looked up HR 8445 from 2026, and it's called the Stop DEI Act. There is an
that's what I was
HR
just going to say. Yeah,
8445.
I was just going to say that when I said Manco might be right, but then you interrupted me.
Sorry, I should never
HR,
interrupt when you're saying I'm right.
you shouldn't, because it happens very rarely. So you should just bask in the glory of the fact that I might be saying you're right. So there is the same bill, HR 8445, which was introduced in 2024 for the IDF. It was reintroduced in 2026, but it's about something else. It's not about the same matter. So yeah. So I think we can for now. And Doc, you're right. It doesn't say Randy Fine. It says the Congressman of Pennsylvania, and it says Max Miller of Ohio,
Yeah, two other
who've
Jewish guys.
introduced it.
Yeah, so I saw Randy Fine talking about it, so that might be the
I'm
subtle
sure he's a big
confusion.
fan.
But yeah, certainly. And the other thing here is, if a bill is technically, if a bill is reintroduced, like if it gets introduced in one session of Congress and the session closes out and there's no action taken to move it along, at least to the Senate, right? Then it can be reintroduced. But if it's reintroduced identically to the same language that was under consideration in the process in the prior session. So it doesn't make a lot of sense that whatever sites you guys are looking at would say that the bill was reintroduced, but under a different name for a different purpose. Those two things are
Yeah,
inconsistent.
it
No,
was though, Doc. That's what I'm seeing. I've sent it to you anyway, Manco. That
hold on, Beatrix. Yeah, what Doc, what Beatrix is
article.
referring to is that they give these numbers out every year to bills, and this was in particular called HR 8445 in the 2024 Congress, and now there's another HR 8445 from this year, but it's a different bill. It has a different
Right.
name.
Then it wouldn't be a reintroduction of the original 24 bill.
Yeah, correct. So the other thing is that this law already has built into
Correct,
it.
Doc. Correct.
Uh,
But I sent it to you anyway, Manco, so you can have a look at it. It's from April. But go ahead. Sorry, Manco.
yeah, so 50 USC 3914 is part of this law, and it says a citizen of the United States who, in this the existing law, by the way, citizen of the United States who is serving in the forces of a nation with which the United States is allied in the prosecution of a war or military action is entitled to the relief and protections provided under this chapter if that service with the allied force is similar to the military service as defined in this.
But hang on, Manco. We're saying it didn't go anywhere, right? And this HR 8445 that was introduced in April is unrelated to that. So we don't really need to go into the detail because it didn't pass, right?
No, what I'm saying is, so that Israel thing, that was separate, that was 2024, that didn't pass. I'm saying the already existing law says what I just said, which is that we do extend this protection to our allies. The reason that was happening in 2024 is because Israel had all this fighting that it started doing in, what was it, 2023, 2022? Yeah,
Gaza, yeah.
2023.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
2023.
these congressmen were basically trying to extend protections for all the people who there's a lot of dual citizens. Most of the dual citizens live in Israel, but they keep their American like passport. But then there are dual citizens that live in America, and what was happening was after October 7th, those people were leaving America to go fight for Israel, which is crazy and all this stuff. And the purpose of that bill was to give them legal protections while they were away fighting for Israel. And it didn't happen, and they don't fall under the language that I just said, is in the existing law. If it were to happen now, they probably would fight or fall under this language if it's considered to be that they're involved in the same military action as the United States, like against Iran.
Hey, let's face it, we pay for the Israeli military anyway. How many billions do we get them every year?
No, and we gave them, after the whole October 7th thing, we gave them like $27 billion, which was more than their entire year's military budget expenditure.
Yeah.
But Mako, you said that we do this for other allies. I've never heard of this. What other allies do we do this for?
It's just what I said in the law. So it has to be a citizen of the United States, and they have to be serving with a nation with which the United States is allied in the prosecution of a war or military action. So that has to come into play. That doesn't happen very often.
Basically, they say allies, they mean Israel, because it's only Israel, right?
Well, no, it would
Basically.
be any. So, for example, when we were
It could have been
involved
Ukraine.
in,
I would
well, like
check
it
and see
wouldn't be
if,
Ukraine because we aren't involved in that
Wouldn't
war.
be.
But like when they bombed Libya,
but they're
for
allies.
example,
Our allies are, though. Go to the language of the.
but
I
it
thought he
has to
said. I thought
say,
he just said it has to be within the war, though. Didn't he? Did he not just say that it has to be where U.S. is actively inside the war?
yeah, it says allied in the prosecution of a war or military action.
Yeah, I would say the U.S. fits that description because of all the assistance they're giving Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're right, Doc, but the thing is, if you were to ask America for a long time, they'd never admitted it because they never actually said that they were part of the war. And so this is why many of us used to call it proxy war because we knew America was involved, but pretended like they were never involved. So it's kind of a bit more in the gray area, that one.
It's all semantics. The politicians play with this language to get around the intent of the laws.
True, true, Doc. Um, but just on that, I think Beatrix is right, though, right? It will only be Israel. Because which other country is America actively pursuing a war for? You could probably vaguely say Saudi, but which Saudi man's gonna go leave America to go fight for Saudi? They're in Saudi, they don't fight for Saudi. They get foreigners to fight for them. So it probably will end up only ever being Israel.
It could possibly happen that you could have someone like, what if the GCC countries hire mercenaries like Blackwater type people from the US to go fight for them? I mean, that could fall under this.
That's possible, but that would be Americans being covered again, isn't it? But we're talking about, like, for example, if it's an American fighting for a foreign nation, then the only country that's really is kind of covers under that is Israel.
Yeah, it's by far because there's so many dual citizens, whereas with other countries, it would be a much smaller number. Like they said in these articles, and it's accurate, that there's over 20,000 dual citizens that fight in the Israeli military.
How many? 20,000.
Yeah, over 20,000. And there's over 200,000 dual citizens that live in Israel alone. And then there's another like 150 to 200 that live in the US.
Yeah, and then you've got ones who aren't even dual citizens, but I mean they have the right to return.
Yeah, and they have lots of other kinds of immigration status. There's lots of Israelis that aren't citizens in the US, but they still live in the US and they have green cards or they're here on different kinds of visas.
Also, mercenaries aren't enlisted, like they're not going to go and fight in a military. And I think it can only be for Israel because with any other country at any time, America could have a conflict of interest or be on the opposite side of them, right? It could happen. But for Israel, because there's only one country that occupies America, and that is Israel. That's it. God, I hate that country. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, oh my God, you're gonna laugh at this. You know how people can add you to lists on Twitter if they hate you? One person added me to 7 different lists called Obsessed with Epstein, Iranian Support Society, Qatar funded grifters, Israel Jew haters, isolationist cowards, Neville Chamberlain fan, and Tucker Carlson Society. So it's just these people are so unhinged by the work that any of us are doing. I mean, God only knows how many lists someone like Solomon's on. They probably have added him to thousands at this point. He probably, every time he clears out 2, he gets added to 5. It's complete.
He doesn't clear them out, Andy. Do you know what? So about 18 months ago, I sat and cleared out all his lists, right? And it was like Islamic terrorists. It was just all disgusting Islamophobic titles. And I cleared mine out under my old account, right? And I used to clear mine out every week. And I said to him, just make sure once a week you go in and clear them out. And he says, yeah, yeah. 6 weeks later, when I looked, he had thousands of lists again. And I was like, Suleiman, you need to clear these out. Because what they do is they use those lists to then report all your posts and report your account, right? For Suleiman, they do anyway. And he was like, look, chick, I can't be bothered. This is like a freaking full-time job on its own. Like, I clear them out. And the next day, I'm added on so many lists. He hasn't, I can guarantee you, Andy, he hasn't even checked since then. That was about 18 months ago. I don't even want to think about what his list looked like.
I know mine
Unbelievable.
aren't that long. Like typically it's there's a few lists that I'm on that are positive. Like there's one list that's like Charlie Kirk fans or something. So it's like, okay, that's fine. But it's like this one person added me to 7, like, and I checked a few days ago. So is clearly one person that saw me and is like, oh, I don't like what this Andy guy is saying. I'm just gonna add them to every labor I can slander, and that just means we're winning. These people are just unhinged and they want to like go at us. So it's like good for them. These people are very just crazy. Like it's they're just desperate. They're using any dirty tactic in the book to go at us and slander us. And
Cool. So just bringing it back to the war. What do we think about the 9-point plan, Ashkan? Do you think it's a good? Do you heard Beatrix Reader? You're positive about some of the demands that Iran has. Well, all of the demands Iran has asked for.
Actually, I didn't hear it, but it must be something like the 10-point plan, right?
Must be what? Sorry.
Like the 10-point plan.
Yeah, it's probably a bit more tougher than the 10-point plan, because they
Why?
basically said they're saying they don't
Well,
want nuclear's not even on the table anymore. Remember, the 10-point plan did have a few nuclear points in there. And then ballistics is no longer in the conversation, although the ballistics wasn't in the 10-point plan as well. So it's basically ensuring non-aggression. Let me read to the audience. Withdrawing U.S. military forces from Iran's periphery, lifting the naval blockade, releasing Iran's blocked assets, paying compensation, lifting sanctions, ending the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, establishing a new mechanism for the Strait of Hormuz.
yeah, actually, now that you went through it, yes, I did hear Beatrix say it, and I think they're reasonable. Um, what what's not reasonable about it?
Manko, what do you think? Think it's a good deal? Would you sign it?
You mean the Iranian proposal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would only sign that if the Iranians landed troops in Washington, D.C. and conquered our country with a ground invasion. The that's the peace proposal that they would be entitled to if they beat us thoroughly in a war, which is why I think it's so crazy that like this is even being entertained because both sides are putting forth proposals like they overwhelmingly won the war and it's just not serious. And when that happens, I mean, like this is what would happen. Like, let's say in a litigation, in a lawsuit, I go and I'm like, okay, I'm suing you. Here's all the proof. I really like. I'm crushing you on all these motions. Got a pending summary judgment. I think I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to win. Whatever. I have $1 million in damages. I'm willing to settle for 900,000. And then the other guy is like, no, I shouldn't have to pay you anything. You should just dismiss the case. That's my counteroffer. And then if that happens, then you're like, oh, okay, well then it's pointless talking to you. Bye. Not going to waste my time. But yet Trump is like going back and forth with all this stuff. Like, why bother? Like, the sides are too far apart. And this also happens, by the way, in cases where people aren't willing to be reasonable. You're not coalescing around any kind of like a number or a compromise figure. And then they're like, hey, do you want to go to mediation? And it's like, no, I don't want to waste my time going to mediation and running up like 4 to 6 hours of legal bills because you're just going to sit there and like say that you don't want to pay any money. So yeah, that's my take on it. I mean, they had maximalist demands a month ago. They still have maximalist demands now. So what's the point of the negotiations? Like, the parties aren't even changing their positions.
But the
Seems to me
positions
that
are changing. The ground is coming undone under at least the political support for Trump, conservatives, Israel, the war. More the voices that are raised up in support of accusing Israel of genocide and warmongering are are exploding in their popularity. And there's no better evidence of that of what happened to the Daily Caller this week that laid off 50 to 60% of its staff because in any metric that you want to go check or trust, Ben Shapiro's subscribers numbers have cratered since the attack. So and Tucker's never been more popular. And Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey have a tremendous amount of support because they've been right. So that at least is changing. And that's the reason why Trump and Israel should be looking anxiously at any attempt to get off this track, any way to save face, because their position is weakening on a daily basis because of the combined closure of the Straits of Hormuz.
yeah, and
And
Manco,
Michael, can I just say something? Why would, because Ben made this comment, Ben Akwi on YouTube, um, why would Iran come in to help America? Because if it came in and overthrew your government in Washington, it would be basically freeing you from Israeli occupation. You know what I mean? That's what you're asking them to do. Liberate America, and you'll give them the Strait of Hormuz. That's what you're saying, Manco.
Free us from the Zog and the Zom.
I didn't get a response from him
Yeah,
either.
well,
Manco's gone quiet, and that's never happened.
listen, my take on this is that the war should have restarted like a month ago. We're just sitting around doing nothing, and every day that passes, there is a certain amount of harm that's done to everyone. Like, the blockade is harming Iran to some degree, and then Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz is harming all the other countries in the Gulf to some degree. And this is just, it's like bleeding out, and it's not getting us any closer to a resolution of the war. And what's going to happen is eventually some escalation is going to happen to reach a breaking point where we get some kind of resolution, however that ends up looking. And I would rather we do that sooner or later, because if we let this position, the status quo, stay this way for 2 more months, let's say, everyone in the world's going to be worse off.
Well, Vietnam peace talks lasted for years in Paris, and the military engagement slowed down considerably and erupted at times when the talks, quote unquote, failed. So what I see is the beginning steps of something, a process that we saw in Vietnam. I don't think it can continue anywhere near as long as even a couple more months because the economic devastation that's going to hit America. Um, we have all these MAGA accounts saying, hey, we have 1 billion tankers coming to America. We're going to be selling American gas and oil. We're going to be rich. These idiots, it's enriching the oil and gas companies only. We do not, as Americans, profit from the increased sales of BP, Shell, Texaco, and the oil and gas producers and the supply chain for oil and gas producers. It means nothing to us. Actually, it means the obverse, because it's a way for Trump and his supporters from the oil and gas industry to continue to feed him and his supporters money and support while Americans are being devastated economically. And it's already happened. Gas in Los Angeles is $6 and above. In Austin, Texas today, it's $4.55. Those costs are going to drill down into everything that we buy and consume. And first and foremost,
Yeah.
because it's food. And and this is one of the reasons that Trump got elected, was to lower the cost for the middle and lower middle classes. That was the promise. He went after the middle and the lower classes. He took those away from the Democrats in large measure. And he's betraying them with his policy and the support for the war, because the closure of the straits has been predicted for decades by those who've war planned this very attack. So it should have been understood and anticipated.
Yeah,
So
dog. I mean,
I just,
America
Trump is that
gets.
stupid that he was convinced this by Israeli intelligence and Bibi? No, I don't think he was convinced, and I think he owns complete agency for the decisions that he's made in this consequence. And that's again why I think that he's compromised by the Epstein files and not just stupid.
Yeah, I think the thing is that even though America gets hurt a lot less than other countries, everyone gets hurt except for possibly Russia. Russia is probably the only country in the world that actually is not getting hurt by all of the different blockades in both directions. And that's why Putin's like, yeah, Iran, tell me whatever you need. Just keep this going, man. We need the money. But even, yeah, there's part of the US economy that benefits from high oil prices and exporting oil, but the much larger part of the US economy gets hurt by that because we need to consume energy for so many other parts of the economy. And having high oil prices is bad for that. Now, Trump does have a backup option, which is Trump can restrict or limit America's oil exports in order to divorce the American, like WTI oil prices from the global oil market by basically saying, I'm not going to allow you to sell American oil on the global market. You have to keep it in the domestic economy. And that's going to make our oil prices come back down. I think if he started to get closer to the midterms, he might do something like that. But then they don't get the profits either for the oil companies.
Yeah, I think global market forces are going to control the price of oil in our country. Just I think Trump's ability to micromanage that is at its limits, as has been demonstrated over the last 3 months of trading. And that obviously that's being calculated for someone to make a lot of money.
Well, the Supreme Court, remember when they
I
struck down
mean,
the tariffs, they said that Trump did have the power to do lots of other much more powerful things than tariffs when it comes to controlling trade. So he could flat out just say, I'm not going to allow these kinds of like consumer oil to be exported from the United States anymore, period. And then it would just be blocked. Then they couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, but that's the last thing he's going to do.
Just some more breaking news. So, as you know, Admiral Brad Cooper, he basically briefed Trump on military action against Iran on Thursday. Now he's actually in the Middle East, and he went there to speak to the sailors and Marines on the USS Tripoli. So, what do we think that means? Should probably ask Andrew, but Andrew's not here, but do you think that's ominous for a possible kinetic action?
Or he's trying to forestall a mutiny.
He's trying to tell them they're going to get better meals rather than little scraps.
oh God.
Free
Let me say
porn
this.
on Saturday and
What
Friday nights.
can I? Well, can I say this as a Navy
You
vet
need
real
to
quick?
you need to sort your mic out, Mike. I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this as a Navy vet. When I seen those plates, I was disgusted. Maybe it's because I was in supply and I got surf and turf. pretty much every other day. But God, like I don't think unless you've been in the military, like, or especially as far as the Navy, you don't understand like how grueling it is to be on deployment for like 10 months. And then not only that, you're probably on 4 month watch schedule. And then
So are you saying
the winter,
your mic's so bad I can't even understand what
yeah,
you're saying? Are you trying to say that this is normal, or are you saying this is not normal?
no, it's far from normal.
Okay.
It's far from normal. Like, yeah, we were fed good when I was in there, but there wasn't this much craziness. So it's just like for example, like surf and turf. Like I could get that probably every week, and then you have just regular meals or whatever. But the fatigue is real because, especially in a military stance, you're looking at to where you have to do like 4 shift watch schedules, including your daily work. So you're living off of 2 hours of sleep for 10 months at a time,
Micah, can you just
not
take your
hitting
mic
for.
off and just speak without Bluetooth?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, let me do that
Because
real
I want
quick.
to hear what you've got to say, but I'm just like zoning out because I can't even understand what you're saying. Because the mic's like really echoey.
Okay, is it
Oh
better
my
now?
God! Why didn't you do that in the first place, my blood?
Sorry, my bad. But it is what I was saying is, yeah, what these sellers are going through is not normal. It's nowhere even close to normal. Like, especially in heightened military alert, you're talking about 4 shift watch schedule. That means every seller is going to pull about 12 hours on watch, and then they're going to have to pull their 8 hour work duty. And then you got to wait in lines for the store to take a shower, to go eat. So these people are living off of 2 hours of sleep for almost a year straight. And that's where these kind of mutinies come from, because it's just at a certain point, the human body just breaks.
Yeah, and I think that
Especially when you're getting ghost slop for food as well. But sorry, go ahead, Ashkan.
I just wanted to say that's a consequence of losing the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain and not having access to it, because that's what was sustaining the Fifth Fleet, and now they have no base. So they're kind of scrambling to get whatever they can, and it's ending up in those pictures of those plates that we see. And so I don't see how that gets fixed in the short term.
It doesn't get fixed in the short term, because it's just you're really stressing out like your battle readiness group at the end of the day, because you're just, especially now, like I was enlisted in the height of GY, so people aren't prepared for this now as much as they would be, and because like your usual deployment on a carrier strike group is you just kind of patrol an area for a month, and then you hit port, and then you just chill out for about a week and a half. But that's not happening. You're having these carrier strike groups. They're basically moving from one region to another region to another region, and they're not even hitting port. And like I don't think like regular people, if they haven't seen that, they don't understand the fatigue that incurs. Because, like, literally, you're on a carrier, you're with 5,000 people, and everybody's got to figure out, like, how are we going to feed 5,000 people in 30 minutes so they can get back to their jobs, so they can get back to their watch. So it piles on. And that just breaks normal human beings, because I I had an argument with my boomer daddy, of course, but you don't understand, like, you can only stress the regular mind so much, and especially if it's for a cause that they don't believe in. All right, because everybody with just above room temperature IQ, they understand what this is for. It's for a foreign nation. It's not for our people. It's not to protect our freedom. It's not even to protect the petrodollar. It's just for a thiefdom. And that's all it is.
It's actually destroying the petrodollar. Not that it's
Yes.
protecting it, it's actually just
No. Yeah. Like,
bullseye for the petrodollar. It's like ridiculous.
yeah. Exactly. Ryan Dawson has it all on point. By the way, I have 5 30-day subscriber fees free to Ryan Dawson, and you can get everything from NUMEC to 9/11 to Epstein. And I just got them free to pass out. I got 5 to pass out right now. So if anybody just wants to have a treasure trove of information, just hit me. Just post your email so I can send you a free subscriber, and maybe after
All
30
right, enough
days,
of
you want
that. Have you
more.
listen, Mika? For God's sake, Suleiman runs this space for 6 hours every night. I've never heard you plug anything of his, right? So enough of that.
I plug Solomon every
You
day.
haven't even retweeted his space, and you're on his freaking panel, Mika.
I just reposted a space like 15 minutes ago. I repost this space every day. What do you mean?
Where is it? Where is it? I'm looking down your profile. Everything says play recording. Show me where it is right now, real time. I want everyone to go look at Mika's profile.
Look at my profile. I promise every time I get on the space, I repost the space. If I'm pushing
Yeah, you did. And the last repost of his, let me go through 1 hour ago, a checklist. And then 22 hours ago was your last post before that. And 1 day ago was the last space, which was yesterday. Where's the space from today?
Have I not reposted today?
No.
Oh, wow, oh, thank you. Okay, so I need to fix that. Thank you
That's
for
all right.
reminding me.
You're welcome, Mika. Do it now, please. Yeah.
I
Thanks
will.
for that, though, Mika. I appreciate you.
I thought I just reposted it like 30 minutes ago. I guess I didn't. I'll fix that. Thank you.
No, it's okay. You go for it. Thank you, Mika. I appreciate you. And you sound a lot better without your Bluetooth. So thank you very much. Gigi, what wonders do you have for us? Gigi, jump in.
Oh, I didn't realize I still was on the queue. Hi, everyone. I think yesterday, while I was listening to everyone and thinking about everything that happened this week, I got a little sad because it occurred to me that everything runs on money. It's the only thing that the US cares about. And literally, when you think about the swap line arrangement that they're trying to do for the GCC, um, if maybe 2 or 3 countries had said, if you do not stop this war or aggression on Palestine, we will pull our bonds, that may have stopped everything. Because that all that matters is the bonds and energy and oil and all this stuff. Literally, they jumped through hoops to make sure that the bonds were okay this past week. They didn't do that for anything else this whole year. It really made me sad. Anyway, that's all.
So, Manko, like I'm sure you mentioned that you were a lawyer, right? like taking your Trump hat off and putting on your, let's say, media hat, what do you think would be like a deal that you would think would be good enough where both sides would agree and you could end all this, or do you think this is just not possible? Manko? Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. 1 second. Let me just quickly actually put something in the nest as well over here and put the YouTube link as well in the nest and the buy me coffee thing. Well, it's not even buy me coffee, but you know what I mean. And the YouTube link. 1 second. Did I put it out? Yeah, I did. Yeah, here it goes. Okay, cool. So let's look at some of the news and then we can bring the conversation from there. 1 second. Wasn't anything. Okay, cool. Let's get into this. So here we go. Okay, there's a lot of movement and a lot of action happening in Lebanon again. And do actually check out all our Lebanon stuff. We've been putting a lot of content in Lebanon out. I wrote a Substack on it. That's worth checking out. There's a video I've done on it that's going to be coming out some point tomorrow, probably, I'm guessing. We interviewed Gadi Francis, Christian Lebanese woman, and she talks about how Israel is attacking. She talked about a lot of stuff. She's pretty on it, but within there, she talked about how Israel's attacking Christian churches, Christian monasteries. We didn't mention it on the thing, but I just remember now they killed a priest recently. So these guys are very much attackers of Christianity. So that's worth noting, and it's worth checking her interview out. That's on the second channel, Moral Resistance. What else? 1 second. Oops. Here we go. We have okay, cool. Let's go to. It says Tasneem is saying that Iran awaits official US response to its proposal. Well, we went for Manko's response as well, but he's away. Looks like Manko and the Trump administration are out of contact. Let's go to Ali. Ali, jump in.
Hi guys. Um, so here, Iran's response with the 14 points plan is pretty much it's a great deal, but the paying compensation part is the reason why I think it's never gonna end. So I feel like lifting sanctions and lifting the naval blockade and releasing all the blocked assets and stuff are all fine, but like paying compensation is the part where I would say like it's kind of like taking the piss in terms of how US would see it. So that's why I feel that the war is never gonna end. I feel like it's too much to ask for, especially from US point of view. I feel like these guys always negotiate with power, so that would be kind of like a humiliation for them. That's it.
I feel like that's the one thing that can be striked off the list, and that's why they put it there.
What?
The compensation, because they're planning on hopefully getting the compensation from the fees from the strait. So they just put it there as something that could possibly be taken off in negotiation.
Possibly. On the other hand, why should the compensation be taken off the toll? How much would how long would it take to actually get compensated on the toll for the amount of damage that the United States of America has carried out?
US isn't paying a dime. That's why I feel like I agree that US will never
Yeah,
pay
I
a
don't think
dime.
US is gonna pay. I think if there is anyone making payments, they'll make Gulf states do it?
Again, negotiation, because I think they realize that Gulf states aren't going to do it either, and so this will be a way to um, get the
What do you think
Gulf.
will be a good deal for them all to get to?
Everything that they put on the list. Everything that they put on the list is reasonable, but I think they did put a few things on there.
No, no, I get that, and I agree with your point that some things are probably on there in order to be negotiated. I'm saying,
Mhm.
like, if you were like a mediator and you wanted to try and get to a resolution where both sides were happy and maybe the people of the country of both sides were happy, what would be the kind of parameters of your agreement?
Um, I don't think I would add anything. In my mind, I have toyed with a couple of things, but they're completely unfair. Um, for example, but it would just pressure the situation to a possible conclusion. For example, I don't know, some country offering refuge to maybe the Palestinians and the people that want to leave Lebanon, but that's not fair to anyone. The only reason I thought about that is it would pressure countries like maybe Egypt and Turkey to step up, because now everything has come to their borders, and all this time they've done nothing. Um, what else? But on the list, there's absolutely nothing I would change. There's absolutely nothing I would change at all.
So like nuclear enrichment isn't even on the list. So what do you think about that?
They are well, technically they could work something out with that, where a trusted partner like Russia or China um, could be their supplier for nuclear enrichment, right? I think that's absolutely reasonable. At this point, should they do it to stop the war? Yeah, something like that. I wouldn't put it in any other country's control at all. It would have to be a country like Russia or China.
I think
Yeah, I just
any scenario where Iran gives its nuclear enrichment to a third country is a loss for Iran.
yeah, man.
Not to stop the war. Giving it to Russia and China, I think, is a good compromise. It Yeah, they, it's a little bit of it's pie in the face, but it would stop the war and they would still have what they need.
So
Should they
what
do it? Should
enrichment?
they do it? I don't know, but
What
if that was
enrichment?
the only thing to keep them from stopping the war, absolutely, with a trusted partner like them, it would be a good compromise.
What um, what would be the what enrichment would you want them to give up? So when you say
What
the
level you
enrichment,
mean?
yeah.
They should be honestly, and they should be able to do anything up to like a nuclear warhead. Hi.
So then you're saying they shouldn't give up any,
Yeah, they shouldn't give up anything
but you just said they should give it to a third country.
to control, as a fake control.
I actually don't know what your position is anymore.
As a fake kind of control. We know they're not gonna. They're partners. They're not gonna control it. 6, 7, 8.
So you're saying they should pretend to give it to Russia and China, but not give it.
Whatever it. I think that giving it to Russia or China is like not giving it to anyone. The way that their partnerships is growing, it would literally be a fake giving up, to be honest, in my eyes. So if saying that they give it to Russia and China, in my eyes, is what stops the war, then yeah, do it, because I feel like the partnership is so strong, at least at this point in time, that it's really not as if they're giving anything up.
Hmm. Ashkan, what do you think? Do you think it'd be okay for Iran to give their nuclear enriched uranium to Russia or China?
No, absolutely not. Iran has paid a very heavy price to get to where it is with its nuclear program. It's
even if
sad that it's.
even if
Go ahead.
even if it just means that they're holding on to it, like, hey buddy, can you hold on to this for me until I need it? Isn't that
Yeah, because
oh, go ahead, sorry.
because I mean because that's giving up sovereignty over your nuclear file. Um, Iran has paid a very heavy price for it. It's had its nuclear scientists assassinated. It's had wars waged upon it. It's had in the 12-day war just to kill one nuclear scientist. Israel brought down an entire building and killed like 70, 80 people with like children and stuff. So it's not a matter of, okay, I'll just give it to you. No, it's not going to work like that. This is now part and parcel of Iranian of Iran. There's no way anybody can touch it.
I mean, in my eyes, it feels we're really they're really dealing with some unscrupulous people, and I feel like everyone just needs to pull back and war game what it is to do all of this with people that have no boundaries. And if letting someone else have custody of, you know, things for a while so that everyone can build up and get stronger, I think it would
Okay,
be
see,
worth it.
you see the problem with that is that, okay, today they say give up your nuclear, and you give up your nuclear. Okay, tomorrow they're going to come back and say, no, you can't have missiles. Give up your missiles. And then you give up your missiles. And then they say, oh, no, you can't have a conventional air force. You can't have tanks. You can't have this. You can't. And then by the end of the day, you'll be left with nothing. So this is like putting your finger in the dam or the dike or whatever. Um, you can't let go. You can't give up not an inch. This is sovereignty you're talking about. You're not talking about, oh, it's not like me and my friend, oh, hold my phone for me for a second. You know what I mean? It's not like that. This is giving up sovereignty, and countries don't give up sovereignty. I hope that makes sense.
Jump in, Mika.
I was just gonna say real quick. I'll be honest. To me, sometimes it gets annoying when people make comments like, "Why doesn't Egypt take these people in? Why doesn't Jordan take these people in? Why doesn't this country take these people in? Why doesn't this country take these people in?" Well, here's the obvious explanation. I'm just an American construction worker that's read some books, and I know what the Greater Israel Project is. You don't think that these other people don't understand that they're next on the list? They just continue to let this just people push into their country, and then they're next, and then they're getting pushed out of their country after. So, so why should they? Why should they? Why should they assist in this colonialism project that, most normal people in most normal countries thought that we're supposed to be done with a couple hundred years ago? Why should they do that?
Yeah, Miko, you're talking about ethnic cleansing. It's ethnic cleansing, and I had one of my Jewish friends tell me, "Oh, why doesn't Egypt just take in the Gazans?" And I was like, they don't want to be complicit in Israel's ethnic cleansing. This is a war crime. You can't just, yeah, let them go to Egypt and Israel takes it. That's called ethnic cleansing. That's that's a war crime. And if Egypt does take them, then Egypt is also complicit in ethnic cleansing. So that's why nobody does it.
And it's not just that. I would, to me, it is very racist to where we just act like, oh, all these, Arabs, they're all the same. We act like they all speak the same language, like they all have the same culture. Like, oh, why can't these people just go into this Arab country? Well, why can't people from France go to England just out of nowhere? Why can't several million people that don't speak their language just pile up in there? I mean, they're both Europeans, right? But when you apply the same standards to every people, then that's where you have to deal with reality. You can't just say, oh, these people are Arabs, they can go to any one of these Muslim countries. That's just not facts, because cultures are different, whether there's Persians, whether there's Arabs, or so on and so forth. You can't just push millions of people into a country that they're not familiar with just because you say, oh, well, they're Arabs, like they'll fit here. Fine. But that doesn't work for anybody else.
No, that's
So why do we think it works for them?
I didn't. Are you making that comment because of what I said? Because it wasn't a question of Arab for me. It was a question of no one is helping Iran in this. It doesn't feel like anyone's help. Anyone that should be stepping up is, and I said that because, and you may have missed this part, it would, now the borders have extended to someone else that should have been helping all along. What are you going to do now? It wasn't because I felt that it would be easy for anyone to take them in or that they should even leave. It's just a thought that popped in my head because I'm like, man, it's not fair that Iran is the only one stepping up when everyone's impacted by this.
Yeah, yeah, I
Oh,
hear you, and it's not fair. And I mean, we live in an unfair world. Look, one of the main people that are fighting against all this wrongness are the Houthis. They come from the poorest country in the Middle
them
East,
too. Yep,
and
exactly.
they're the only ones willing to. They're the only ones willing to take a stand and say this is wrong. You can't just genocide a people, and it's not nothing about your race. It's not, because you know what? It's wrong when Saudi Arabia tries to commit a genocide against us, and it's wrong when another country tries to commit a genocide against our people. That's where it is.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It was just a thought that popped up because of the unfairness, not because anyone should move at all.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's being an American and just being a Texan, and just like if somebody told me that I got to leave my house because they have a book that says that my house was promised to them. Oh, really? Okay, let me teach you about the Second Amendment. And we act surprised when these other people feel the same way that any red-blooded American would feel, or just somebody protecting their homeland. This is their house. You can't just take people's property and not expect backlash. It is what it is. These we're talking about people that have lived in these regions for thousands of years. But somebody just decides that they can just take their shit? No, of course not. People are going to resist, just like Americans did in 1776, when we said we're not going to let a foreign power dictate to us how we're going to rule our land. And that's how they feel. And it's just, it's crazy to me that we don't think that other people in other regions have the same feelings and reactions that we do. It's like we treat them like they're less than human. And and to me, as a Christian, as an American, that's just disgusting. And I don't care. People can call me a communist, an anti-Semite, terrorist sympathizer, Nazi, whatever. But right is right and wrong is wrong.
So, guys, just coming back to a couple of things I want to speak about, but just before I do, there's a tweet in the nest. It is of Gadi Francis. She's a Lebanese journalist. She exposed Israeli crimes against Christians in this war. Let me just play you that clip. But that tweet's in the nest. I want you to go to the tweet in the nest of Gadi, like it, share it, and follow her. But yeah, she's a really good journalist on the ground in Lebanon. And she's Christian, and she's Lebanese, and she's exposing us. Let me just tell you, this was a clip from our show earlier. State. This is what they are. Yesterday, in the most recent, they have destroyed the church and the monastery in Yarun. But every day they have been attacking Christians inside Jerusalem, inside Bethlehem, and in Lebanon. And in general, they don't look at us as Christians or Muslims. They don't really care what our religion is. They just hate us all as Lebanese because they are colonial, apartheid, ethno state. This is what they are. Yesterday, the most recent. So great points by this chick. So give her a follow. She's really, really good. And oh yeah, the tweet in the nest. Like it, retweet it, reshare it. You need to make people aware. There's a lot of Christian Zionists who support the Israeli aggression in Lebanon, against Lebanon, against Israel, against Iran. And so, you know, you need to call out the hypocrisy, because what they actually supporting is the massacre of Christians. You know, the monastery of nuns they hit. They hit a Christian school, children's school. This was just yesterday. That's in Yarun. You know, our friend Hussein is from Yarun. And they also hit, actually, Hussein's there. Let's see if we can come up. And they also hit, they also killed a priest, a Christian priest, a few days ago. Sorry, it was a few weeks ago, like a week or two ago. So they've been targeting Christians, priests, churches, monasteries, Christian schools. Some of the areas they bombed in Lebanon are just like basically Christian areas, and they just bombed them. So, as Gadi said, they don't see as Muslims or Christians, they just see us both as the enemy. So, yeah, go to the tweet in the nest, like it, share it, retweet it, let everybody know about it. Andy, what's your thoughts on
They're
that?
all goyim, Solomon.
Yeah, well, you're the guy, bro. You're the guy. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, exactly. I've said this many times, but it's so disappointing to see so many Christians in this country. Like, they should care regardless of whether it's Muslims or Christians being killed. But then and then they think, oh, Israel's fighting this war to protect Christians. And no, they're not protecting Christians. They're actively assaulting nuns. They're killing Christians, and it's completely ridiculous. I mean, part of being a Christian is valuing human life. And you see these images coming and videos coming out of Lebanon, and thousands of civilians are just getting killed in bombings, and you have people cheering this on and just bastardizing our religion, and it's absolutely just horrific to see so many people doing this. And it's just good to have journalists like this speaking up. We need people like her on the front lines of this, because it's like people don't even, I think most people in America aren't even aware that Lebanon is over 40% Christian, and that's what's disturbing. It's a complete failure of our education system, of our media environment. Well, obviously our media is Zionist controlled, so they're not going to let us know that there's Christianness here, because they want to trick everyone into just thinking, oh, that they're just killing Muslims, which first of all is just as wrong as killing a Christian. But if everyone knew that they were killing Christians, there'd be a lot less support for it, which is unfortunate, because no human life should be valued more than any other. But yeah, they have to keep pushing this narrative that, oh, they're just killing terrorists. No, you don't blow up an entire building with 300 people inside of it to take out one Hezbollah fighter. That's completely ridiculous. And Hezbollah are not even terrorists. They're defending their land from Israeli aggression for the last 45 years. So yeah, it's
And they say that while they support actual terrorist groups. as a means to destabilize regions so they can still land. Why do you think al-Baghdadi's protege is running Syria now? This is what they do. So, yeah, they can talk about how they're fighting terrorism, but at the end of the day, the facts of the matter is, it looks like every time we turn around, you're funding some kind of Wahhabi terrorist group. So that doesn't make sense. And you're using their actions mainly in the region to justify just slaughtering people that are resisting colonialism and trying to protect their land. It doesn't make sense.
Exactly. They're the ones funding ISIS, while Iran did more to fight them than anyone.
Maro, jump in.
Oh, hello, Suleiman, Myro from Poland. Time to time I work in UK, and I've been everywhere in UK, you know. So that's why I like, you know, listening like Beatrix and you as well. But I was in Edinburgh, for example, few years, London. But I'm saying this because you know I know Second World War from both sides, you know, of Germany and. But today I've got very short, interesting story about the soldier, the best soldier from Iran. I have statue in Edinburgh on Princes Street. So can I say it just quickly? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, adding. What do you want to explain?
So I've got a quick story about the strongest soldier from Iran during Second War, and he retired in Edinburgh on a statue on Princes Street.
Mm.
Have you heard that story? Have you been in Edinburgh?
I've not been Edinburgh now.
So quick story. The Polish army was in Iran in 1942 and adopted small bear cub. That bear was enlisted to Polish army because while he was growing up with the army, he started to mimic soldiers. You know, he learned everything: how to walk upright position, how to carry ammunition, how to drink coffee, you know, beer. He was traveling in lorry on the passenger seat. So he was in that army, you know, in Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Israel, Egypt, and he finished up in Italy, you know, two years later. So he grew up. He was enlisted to Polish army. So on the battle under Monte Cassino, he took part, and he was carrying, you know, ammunition straight to cannon, you know, under enemy fire. So he was promoted for after that battle. He was promoted for the corporal, and afterward he retired in Edinburgh Zoo. Basically, Polish army donated that bear to Edinburgh Zoo, and now have statue on Princess Street. So most beautiful street in UK, and I think in the world. And that story is very important.
Cool.
Uh,
Thanks for that. There is. Okay. We have. Oh, yes. One thing I wanted to say. I'm just reading some comments on my Substack, and people are right. Because if you read the Substack, you'll realize that most people, and this is the same with the interview Gadi Francis, worth checking out. A lot of people have kind of overlooked what's happened in Iran. People give Gaza the right attention it was due, and I believe that because it happened in the middle of the Iran war. What's happened is people have kind of become desensitized to it. So because psychologically you think, oh, guess what? There's a war between Israel and Iran and the United States of America, and it's so huge that when this kind of other war, which many people maybe think in their mind has been a battle, has been waging, people have not given it its right attention, and so much is happening, and people aren't aware of it, or they're missing out. And it's hard to describe how bad things are in Lebanon. Israel's indiscriminately and you just got so used to saying it over these last 3 years that it seems like people aren't impacted by it. But what's happening in Lebanon is so bad. So many people are dying, so many people are being killed, so many people are being destroyed, so many villages are being demolished. And tactically, obviously, Hezbollah can't cover every single village. So what happens is if there's a village that isn't covered by Hezbollah, the Israelis will just go in, take some C4 or various other forms of demolition, and just demolish buildings and demolish areas and destroy them and bomb civilians and kill civilians. And they've killed so many in the last 60 days. I believe the number is about 2.5, almost 3,000. Injured about 8,000 people, displaced like 1.5 million. We've got so used to these numbers that we think, oh yeah, big deal. We don't, our mind can't comprehend it because we got so used to hearing that they were doing this in Gaza. So we need to make sure we don't forget about Lebanon and make sure we stay focused on it. Maybe I made the error as well that I wasn't focusing on it too much. We try to give you as much updates as possible. We brought Ryan Dawson in regularly to give updates. I used to give updates myself as well, but let's not forget Lebanon because things could get bad there. If you remember Gadi's interview, she's quite right in saying and highlighting that in 82 the Israelis managed to get up to Beirut. So the Lebanese are very resistant.
250K more displaced than the Nakba. That's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah. So things are really bad. Okay.
Yeah, if if I could just jump in,
Yeah, go for it.
I know it's something we don't like to talk about, and we sound crazy even saying it.
Just
But
Ashkan, if you can just
this
increase
is
your mic volume.
my mic. Is it better now? Is it better now?
Yeah, it's much better. I increased my own volume as well, so it seems better to me. Go for it, Ashkan. What were you gonna say? What was this controversial thing you were gonna bring up? While Ashkan's coming back, let me just quickly see if people have retweeted this tweet. Guys, we only got 31 retweets. Come on, bloods, we could do better than that. We need much more likes and retweets than that. Great points by Gadi. She's had a kid as well, bro. She's still sacrificing, did that interview. Okay, let me just see what else is news. Spirit Airlines announces immediate cessation of operations due to financial crisis and rise in fuel prices following the war with Iran. I used Spirit Airlines while I was in the United States, bro. It's bad cheap as well. That's a bit annoying. See what I mean? Trump's and Netanyahu's war is just making it difficult and more difficult for people to travel. They don't care because they're flipping already scamming us. Trump's making billions every single day. Don't care about you. Don't care about me. As the great MJ would say, they don't care about us. So don't be simped for him. Guys making bag. Oh my God, Spirit Airlines. Anyway,
It's a big old club and you ain't in it.
yeah, bro. I don't want to be in it, but the thing is, I don't want him to scam everybody else. Ashkan, were you gonna add something?
I was just gonna say, it's not something we like to talk about really, but it looks like eschatology all the way. It looks like that's Israel's line. Just bring back the Messiah, and there's no reason you can't reason with this. You can't deter it. You can't do anything. It's like a freight train just coming and coming and coming, and it's not gonna stop. I don't know how humanity is gonna handle this. This is really, it's really bad. I mean, It started with Gaza, and now it's just spreading everywhere. And man, I just hope we can get through this as a human race.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yell, jump in. Yell. Okay, let me give you some more news because that was a surprise and I was quickly trying to tweet that out. This guy's sick, bro. Ben Gavia, he gets a cake with a picture of a noose on it in terms of because they're going to be giving the death penalty to Palestinians. These people are sick. These people are disgusting. There also was a serious incident in southern Lebanon, so we'll have to wait to see about that, but looks like it could be very Israel related. Let's go to bye bye. Thanks for joining us. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, something I've been thinking about that really bothers me, but I grew up in Germany, a military kid, and was aware of the Holocaust. Went to some of the concentration camps, and I was always like perplexed, like you know how a country could do something so evil. At least that's the narrative that we were fed and everything. But understanding the Weimar Republic and what they were going through after World War One. Germany was in a really bad place, like devastated, economically destroyed, um, starvation. They were in a really bad place, and what ended up happening, we don't even have to talk any further than that, because what Israel is doing now, I don't know if you guys are aware of the happiness index. If you go on Wikipedia or whatever, you could look it up, where there's countries that are ranked by how happy the citizens are. And, like everything Israel participates in, of course, they like somehow try to win everything by corrupt means, whether it's a singing contest or even the happiness index. But they've been consistently ranked within the top 10 happiest places to live in the world. And you talk to them and they're well off. They're, relatively safe, if this conflict aside, but, and they get everything they want from America, but they claim to be happy. And so I think what they're doing now is worse than what the Nazis did in World War II. Like it's just, I don't know. It's been something on my mind, and I just wanted to share that because the evil is so deep and so dark. You can never forgive these people. And, uh, you know, I don't know. I think it's more evil than what the Nazis did. What do you guys think?
Um, I'll say something real quick. During that time, even the highest levels of like Germany World War One veterans, like they had to hide what was going on in the East and the things that they were engaging in, because they knew that the regular public of Germany wouldn't accept it if they knew exactly what was going on.
Well, give us some
Right here,
examples.
we're dealing with a society that revels in it, that laughs about it, that brags about it.
Oh, yeah, and
People,
these used to, yeah,
people that are engaging in mass rape of prisoners are just held as heroes.
yeah,
So yeah, it's a completely different mentality. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I've if I'm being honest, as an American, I've seen it in my own country to where, I don't think that many people were upset about Abu Ghraib. I heard many people talking about just turn the Middle East into glass without knowing anything about who is involved or the region or who are their innocents that are going to go through these things. So I don't know how to explain it, but it's a society that's just it honestly looks like the only thing that keeps them together is how much they hate others outside of their group, if I'm being honest, and just how they revel in their depravity. Like if you watch Gaza Fights for Freedom by Avon Martin, it's disgusting. These people laugh as they shoot unarmed people in the kneecaps and the testicles, and they revel in their depravity. The only group I've seen this come from is other extremists that they like to support, if I'm being honest.
And here in the U.S., like I have a lot of friends who are Jewish, and as soon as the Gaza incident started, I made a hard line publicly, and to my friends, and there's nothing to be ashamed about because you just call it as it is, and so I think it's best to just be open about it, and lost some. My closest, she just jokes that like she just stopped following me on Instagram because she didn't want to see it anymore, and we can't have these conversations. But it hasn't stopped me from speaking out. But that's all you can do, and listening to Simon, listening here to just the the acceleration towards evil. I mean, like, man, like we are stuck. Like, how do you
Yeah,
even
I
how do you even
I
talk to these
I
people?
I believe you have to start from the standpoint that genocide and ethnic cleansing is always wrong, no matter
Yeah,
no matter who's against, right? It's wrong.
yeah,
It is wrong when um, Israel ethnically cleansed the people of Lebanon and the people of Palestine. And if you're taking like all the way around, it is also wrong when Ukrainians ethnically cleanse German speaking people. It's you have to stand on just one solid foundation that no matter who this is against, never again means never again. So
yeah, yeah.
and it's wrong when Saudi Arabia commits genocide against the people of Yemen, so they can commit grabs. So, like, I think you just have to stick with that standard.
Absolutely. And we've had our own genocides here, and we still continue genocide campaigns globally, just as an American. Talking to these people, I mean, the deceitfulness of having now as I'm learning the history more, I'm understanding how Israel was actually formed and political pressures involved. But I think the standard American, at least the way I was taught, having been born in the '70s, was that it was given to. I mean, literally, the way it was explained to me in my youth was that Israel was given to the Jews because of the Holocaust. um, and that's not true. And so but the fact that they're doing this now, these were the people that a whole generation or
Oh,
many generations. Go
okay,
ahead.
okay, but the response to that is obvious. So, what makes them a person of the Levant? If you
No,
know
you're right. You're
somebody's,
right.
if somebody's family
No, the whole
was,
thing was, yeah. We were, yeah.
if somebody's family was Jewish 3, 4, or 5 decades ago, and they converted to Islam to avoid taxes, but they just stuck with that tradition, then why do they have less entitlement to the land? You're telling me all these atheists have entitlement to the land. Why don't these people that converted or their family converted, no telling how many generations ago, why don't they have entitlement to the land, especially if they've homesteaded it? They've
No,
put
absolutely.
their
I mean, that,
property
yeah.
there. They have the
No,
keys to their house. That was what was thrown during the right of return, was people's keys to their homes. So what makes somebody entitled to this land? Because we're either having to go to eschatology, and we can take that route as well, because according to their book, they're supposed to still be in exile, so they shouldn't be there anyways if we're going to play that game. So you just
Yeah.
so what's so basic we have to base it on a secular sense. Who
I
homesteaded the
agree, Mika.
land?
I agree. I just want to say something really quickly to Bye Bye, but before I do, guys, there's that tweet in the nest, which is of the brilliant Gadi Francis talking. She's a Lebanese Christian journalist, and Suleiman interviewed her today. You can see the full interview on the Moral Resistance channel. But she's exposing Israeli crimes against Christians. So I want to thank everybody. Andy, Hope AN, who's a regular listener of ours. Thank you so much, Hope. Always sharing and retweeting the post. Easy Ease, War Monitor, William Strange, Marwan. Well, actually, I'm not sure if I'm going to thank Marwan, because he seems like a freaking Zio, because he's all for the Lebanese government. What do you want? Yeah, Marwan, forget you. But guys, I want everybody to comment, and I'm going to read the comments out in a bit. It's in the nest above where you can see me and Suleiman. Please go and comment on that, and please quote tweet it and share it, and I'm going to read the quote tweets out. It was a phenomenal interview. You're right, Hope. I'm going to read the comments out in a bit, but Hope has quote tweeted it saying phenomenal interview with the great Gadi Francis. She's very, very well known, and we're very lucky that Suleiman got her. And Hope says it's a must watch. Keep our eyes on Lebanon. Gadi lets us know the reality. Sheikh Suleiman always with the brilliant questions. Teresa, Andy, thank you so much. Mishmish, Zina, you came up yesterday. I think I fell asleep before you got to speak. I'm hoping that you can either come up today again, or I will go and listen. I do want to go and listen to yesterday's space, because I do listen to them afterwards. I just get tired a bit, because I'm like much better, but I'm still not fully recovered, so get tired by the night. Madine has tagged in a bunch of people. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Neo. So all you guys, Shadi, April's awesome, who've quote tweeted it, but I want more people to quote tweet it, and I want more comments on that. So I appreciate it. Keep quote tweeting it and keep commenting on it. So what I wanted to say to Bye Bye, and he's dropped, I think, is, yeah, Bye Bye, you can sit here and say, oh, as an American, I mean, we are taught about, the Holocaust and stuff. That's all you're taught about. You have Holocaust memorial museums. You're taught about the
no,
Holocaust
absolutely.
because
Yeah. Yeah.
it's Israel's history. Yeah, so you're back up now. Bye bye. That's what you're taught about, but you're not taught about. And I say you. I mean, in America, they're not taught about America's crimes. They're not taught about what America did in Libya, or the million people it killed in Iraq, or the horrific crimes it's done abroad. It's only Israel's history that's taught. What's important to Israel. So I think that needs to be looked at a little bit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Your history is different. It's not Israel's history. And I wanted to go back to Gigi. My space is glitching a little bit. Gigi, you said something earlier about maybe China and Russia can hold on, to the uranium. That wouldn't work. And I'll tell you why that wouldn't work. Because no way on earth would America accept Russia being the safekeeper of uranium for Iran or China, number one. Number two, if I was Iran, I wouldn't frigging trust Russia. Russia is all about Russia. Did you not see what they did in Syria? They held on to it for a certain amount of time. Then they said to us, come on, you want to come to our land? You can come and live here, but we surrender. You know what I mean? Russia's all about Russia. And I believe China's about China as well. So for Iran, it's very much, and I understand you had good intentions because you're trying to find solutions. I think that's really important. But if I was Iran, I wouldn't trust anybody. I mean, yeah, they can trust China, but at the end of the day, it's about their future. And I think, Ashkan, you were giving an example in response to somebody about, or you know what, I think it was in response to Mika maybe, about, Egypt, didn't take all those people in because otherwise it would have been complicit in genocide. Hats off to Egypt for saying we're not going to take these people in. Yeah, absolutely. But let's not pretend they weren't already complicit in genocide. Egypt was already complicit in that genocide. Egypt kept Rafah closed for over a decade on the people of Gaza, right? I know, I went through that Rafah border. So they have blood on their hands, you know what I mean, already. The only reason they didn't do that is not out of the
They
goodness of the
got bought off.
Palestinians, it's because,
Yeah, they're paid to.
what?
Yeah.
No, another reason they wouldn't do it is because if they let the Palestinians
They
in,
didn't want all those. Sorry, bye-bye. I was talking when you just jumped in there. The only reason they didn't do that is not because of the care for the Palestinians. The only reason they didn't do that is they thought we don't want all these freaking Palestinians for the rest of their lives. And if they come over here and they're forced out, we're going to have to deal with them on a security level as well. So they were thinking about themselves, not for the Palestinians. Had they have been thinking about the Palestinians, they would have opened Rafah. They would have let that aid in. They would never have had a siege for well over a decade and a half, nearly 2 decades on there. All of these things they did, they were complicit in. When I drove aid into Gaza, I drove it in because it wasn't getting in. Rafah was blockaded. Do you know what I mean?
God bless you, Beatrix, for doing that. I didn't know you did that. That is such a the Jews would call it a mitzvah. I'm happy to see Andrew is on the panel, and
You called it a mitzvah. Of all the words you could think of, that's the word you can think of. Thanks for that,
well, I
Ashkan.
mean, the Jews
Come
would.
on now.
That's what the Jews would call it. They would call it a mitzvah.
Can I?
But and I just wanted to add one more thing. Another reason that the Egyptians wouldn't let them in is that if they did let them in, okay, they come live in the Sinai, but they still want their land back, and they're still gonna in the future have problems with Israel, and then that gives Israel another excuse to come into the Sinai too. So it's very complicated.
Well, they
Very,
receive the
very
second
complicated.
most amount of foreign aid money from the United States, aside from Israel. So they're being paid to do this. Sorry,
Yes,
that's what I wanted to
absolutely.
say.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, bye. We know that. And that's why they keep the blockade on. What I'm saying is they're complicit in genocide because of
Oh,
that,
yes.
right? And actually, it was the second. And when Ukraine war started, for a couple of years, they became the third. But they're definitely in the top three because Suleiman did a space on this before the genocide. So we know that. And it's been long standing. It was like that when Hosni Mubarak was there. It's like that now that Sisi was there. He's their man. But yeah. So yeah, I think that's important. Bye. And welcome to Andrew. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and welcome to Dr. Atusa too.
Thank you, Beatrix. Can I jump in quickly? 'Cause,
Jump in.
thank you.
When Suleiman's
You're so
busy,
sweet.
chicks get priority on the panel. Jump
I
in,
know.
Dr.
Thank you.
Atusa.
I hope he's not listening.
Disavow.
Oh. Okay. We shall. I think it was bye, if I'm not mistaken. He was mentioning the happiness index. I know that the conversation moved on, but I actually I'm familiar with that. And there was a documentary made about, I would say, like 10-15 years ago, and I actually bought it on a CD. From my memory, I don't remember Israel being one of those countries. I remember Denmark was number one. Norway was somewhere on the list. Bhutan was another, actually, I think was number two. And then there was another country in South America, and I do not recall Israel. Now, maybe that's like a new addition, but Maybe because these people just come from nowhere and settle there and take over other people's homes and land and occupy the space, and the US tax dollars are paying for their livelihood. So maybe that's why they're happy. But I don't see how any nation or any people can be happy when they're committing genocide next door. So that's really baffling. If you could let us know what was the source of that happiness index.
I was just going to say that, Dr. Atusa, it also is about who's funded and what establishment produces that index. Because if you listen to the leadership class of Israel, oh my God, we're surrounded by terrorists, we're always under attack, we live in fear, we have to have bunkers, we're scared for our safety. You can't have that narrative and then be number one on the happiness index, because they don't go together, do they? Really? The amount
Yeah.
of crying that they freaking do all the time.
Yep. Absolutely.
I mean, Israel literally has to
Oy
fund them.
vey.
America literally has to fund them, and America has to fund all the military bases across the Middle East to protect them. And yet, these are supposed to be the happiest people, is what we're supposed to believe.
Well, I mean, they do get free healthcare. They do get a lot of perks. They get
Sorry, Ashkan, you need to correct that. You need to say, as an American, I mean, we do pay them to make sure they get free healthcare whilst we pay for ours in America. That's what you need to say.
yeah. Thank you for correcting me. They're one of the only countries, developed countries, that has a high birth rate. Their birth rate is 3.1, which is like super high. I'm looking at I just googled the World Happiness Index. They're number 8 on it. Costa Rica is number 4, Finland number 1, Iceland number 2. But anyways, yeah, I don't see how you can be the happiest country, one of the happiest countries, and have bombs falling on you and have to rush to shelters and live like that and claim to be one of the happiest countries. And this, mind you, is the 2026 index too that I just googled, which is a little
I'm
baffling.
if you go to you can go to their website, like you just said you are at, and here's a list. Okay, I'll just I'm looking at, so 2025 8th, 2024 8th, 2023 5th, 2022 4th, 2021 9th, 2020 12th, 2019 14th, and 2018 13th. So I just went back, those 8 years. Yeah, this is real. So I'm not making this
Yeah,
up. This
yeah.
is
No,
what I've
no, I
heard.
get it.
Okay.
I get it. I got the documentary. Like I said, about 15 years ago on a CD. Actually, I still have it. So I'm sure they keep on changing the index, or the countries, but you don't see Bhutan. I remember it was really ranked high at the time, but maybe no longer.
So,
They're no longer happy or something.
Dr. Atusa, right? So some of these kind of Finland, Denmark and stuff, the Nordic countries, they've got a very good quality of life, right? I used to go to Finland and Denmark quite often. And just the work environment between Finland, Denmark and the UK, even though it was the same organization, right? And even Germany. The workers' rights across the Nordics compared to, I mean, and the UK is far better than America. But even compared to the UK, they've got a lot more over there. I get it. But then, and by the way, this index, and you're right, it is, I did look at it, and I'm looking at this one now, and Israel is number 5, okay? But here's the thing, and this is 24 to 25, 2024 to 2025. In terms of work-life balance, the Nordic countries are good, but then they've got number 3 as Iceland. I've been to Iceland. Iceland has one of the highest suicide rates ever. Now, I went in the summer when there was about 2 hours of darkness. It was daylight right the way round. And I traveled around Iceland, right? We got a car, we drove around and everything else and did all the other stuff and went down the volcano and all that other stuff. You travel around it and you speak to people who live there and you live amongst them, which is what I like to do. They tell you that it's got the highest suicide rates because in the winter, I know that in the UK, I can't handle the winter. So generally, when I talk about my travels, it's usually winter breaks that I go on 4, 5, 6 weeks, whatever my family and I just get out of here. And when you go to Iceland and you talk to them, they tell you that they get about an hour, maybe 2 of daylight at the peak of winter, and they just can't handle it. It's got one of the highest suicide rates. And I know with the Nordic countries as well, it's like that. And then number 5 is Israel. And do you know who does this list? Who produces it? It's by the United Nations.
No wonder.
You know that talking shop? Yeah, the Talking Shop United Nations, which is headquartered in America and funded, the majority of the funding is by America, where they have the right to veto, only certain countries do, where they can't ever hold anybody accountable, where they've never held Israel accountable for any of the resolutions it's broke. It's that organization that does it. So I'm not surprised Israel ranks on that, to be honest.
100%. And, talking about UN, I do have a friend. I mean, he's kind of well known in the the spiritual new agey kind of communities. He used to work for UN. I would say at this point about 25 years ago. His work at the UN led to basically his discovery of child trafficking and child porn, etc. And when he engaged the UN to go after it more aggressively, he was given all kinds of excuses, and he realized that actually there are certain factions at the UN that are actually implicit in the business of child trafficking, child labor, etc., etc. When he became a whistleblower, he was getting basically life-threatening messages from some of these people at the UN. So he resigned, and then he became an activist, and he did his own thing. So yeah, I mean, this whole UN, like I remember my sister always like contributing to UNESCO or all of these organizations that are branches of UN. And I was like, you know what, you're wasting your money. You probably are just contributing to, no action, or really like people that they don't really care. Maybe at some point in the past, UN was doing some good deeds, but I feel like they no longer are the same. So yeah, if the UN sponsored this study, then I'm not surprised that they included Israel as number 1 or 4 or 5.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that in my back pocket when they say that they had to do this because they were so, in danger and upset and stuff, because it's just lies out of both ends.
Yeah, agree. Bye. Andy, jump in, love.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is just getting, yeah, this war has had so many effects. You're seeing airlines close down. Yeah, sorry, it's looking at something else. Yeah, airlines are closing down, but yeah, this is just, it's just horrific. Yeah, you have Trump spouting out saying Iran hasn't paid enough for what they've done to humanity for the last 47 years. What they've done to humanity, it's what our wretched government and all the countries of the West have done to them for the last 47 years with the sanctions. And it's just like Trump keeps popping off these lies. They literally say they've been at war with us for 47 years. Then they also say it's not a war. Like, you can't have it both ways. Saying we've been in a 47-year war, and then also saying that this is not a war and it's just a military operations. Like, he literally contradicts himself at every point, and more people are seeing that we're the villains in this story, that we're the ones that have hurt the Iranian people with these sanctions when they didn't do anything to us. And people are waking up to the real history on this matter the longer this conflict drags on, and they're losing the propaganda battle because people are going to research, like, wait a minute, what 47-year-old war? I didn't realize we were at war for 47 years. What's this buffoon talking about? And outside,
Who said that, Andy? Who said that, and about which country?
Trump is saying that Iran hasn't paid. I don't know if their deal's good enough. They haven't suffered enough for what they've done to humanity for the last 47 years. I saw a clip from Aaron Rupert. He posted it of Trump. He's saying they haven't.
The
What has
United
he done for the
States
what's
sold missiles to Iran directly after the Beirut bombing. This is absurd. This is
Exactly.
propaganda.
I know it is.
This
I
is
know it's propaganda. Exactly. It's absolutely disgusting
they
that Trump is
they
saying this.
they engage in a scandal to illegally sell weapons to Iran in the 80s, and this is part of what made Jeffrey Epstein a billionaire, was being involved in those transactions. This is like all you got to do is read Trita Parsi's treacherous alliance,
Exactly,
and
the
you get
Iran
the
Contra affair.
information.
Exactly, the Iran
And it,
Contra affair. Exactly,
yeah,
and then we give Iraq all these weapons. We give Iraq weapons of mass destruction to use against the Iranian people, and then we turn around and say, "Oh my God, Iraq has these weapons," and then we go and slaughter over 1 million Iraqis in an unprovoked war of aggression. That's all we do. We arm people, and then we turn around and murder them. It's absolutely horrific.
exactly. We use it as justification. Um, the whole like even lie about weapons of mass destruction was they base it off of, yeah, they have WMDs because they bought it from us. They bought the precursors. And hey, for all those people wondering why the people of Iran chant death to America, maybe it has something to do with the fact that we armed Iraq with precursors, chemical weapons that they use that killed hundreds of thousands of Iranians. So, yeah, what normal person from any country wouldn't be upset when somebody does that?
Exactly. If Russia and China were giving the Canadians and Mexicans weapons to invade us and they were killing us, we'd be chanting death to Russia, death to China. So, like, I don't see what the problem is there. Like, I
No,
don't blame them for hating us.
exactly, and not just that. Just now, we don't have to go back to the 80s, to the 90s, or anything. Just right now,
We bombed a freaking school and
we
killed 170 little girls, and then Trump tried to
we
blame it
killed
on Iran.
170 little girls. And by the way, while we use propaganda talking about 40,000 dead protesters, which is absolutely absurd for anybody that has critical thinking skills.
Oh, did
I
we
think
lose
we
it?
lost him. Yeah, but yeah, going off what he said, it's absolutely absurd to say that those people died. If there 40,000 died, they would have had evidence of that. They've never been able to prove that anyone died outside of that list of 3,000 that the Iranian government released, and a lot of the people that died were foreign agents or riders or actual Iranian government policemen that were attacked by these foreign operatives. And then Trump admitted that he armed protesters. So it'd be like if Russia and China armed Americans to assault our government and to do an insurrection and overthrow our government. That would be the equivalent.
So let me just read this out as well. All right. This is just what you're talking about generally, broadly about America and American foreign policy. The Cuban president's made a statement. I'm not sure what to make of this. So he says the president of the United States is escalating his threats of military aggression. Why do you even call it military aggression? It's just terrorism. But anyway, against Cuba to a dangerous and unprecedented level. The international community must pay attention and determine with the American people whether such an extreme criminal act will be tolerated to satisfy the interests of a small group. Who's the small group? No aggressor, he says, no matter how powerful, will find surrender in Cuba and will face a people determined to defend their sovereignty and independence in every inch of their national territory. Now, the reason why this troubles me is because it's calling on the international community, and it says they must pay attention and determine with the American people. Okay, the American people, I get it, right? They need to speak up more, but I do believe that a lot of Americans are brainwashed against Cuba, right? But the international community, I feel like shaking Cuba and saying, what do you think they're going to do, dude? Who is this international community? Have you not been paying attention to the last few years of politics? Like, there ain't no international community. The only time someone's going to come to save Cuba is if it's in their best interest. They're not going to come to save Cuba because of the morality of it. The international community, quote unquote, didn't say boo when Trump walked into Venezuela and stole all their resources, right? So it's a bit frustrating. But I guess then, you know what, Cuba's probably just not got a lot of options. And there was an interesting statement by Iran today, and I can't find it. And I feel like they'd been listening to this space or something, because they were like, you know what? I think that it was like something about the American people are not for this or something like that. And I thought that's interesting because they get it, you know, that the Americans are different to the American government. The people are against this. The American people are against this. Listen to them or something. It said, I'll have to find it. I saw it this morning and I thought that's interesting. But and the Cuban statement also mentions the American people, but the international community. Come on, sorry, Ashkan, you're going to jump in. Jump in.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it was in one of the Lego videos. In one of the Lego videos, they said we have the DMs of all the Americans that are reaching out to them and saying, "Oh, we support you," and this and that.
There was a statement I saw. I didn't watch the Lego video. It was a statement. It wasn't like a proper formal long statement. It was just a, you know, one of these short tweets or something. But they get it, obviously. You know, like the Palestinians got it. They used to thank the free people of America. Remember the kids? Remember the kids in Gaza made all those posters and all those pictures and held them up to thank the students in America and New York who'd started the student encampments, and they were thanking all the students and stuff. It was so sweet. They get it, you know. Which is important, really, to be honest, because the people cannot be blamed for the crimes of the government ever, unless they're complicit and they support it, which the majority of people don't. So yeah, I can't actually see any hands. So if anybody's got any hands up, I don't know if anyone can see any hands. Jump in,
Well,
whoever wants
you
to.
brought up the student protests, and I just wanted to remind everyone that the student protests were going on, and then Benjamin Netanyahu came and gave a speech and said that, oh, these must not be allowed to continue. And the next day, they rounded up those student protests. And I just was so cringy when that happened. I was like, is this guy our leader? I guess he is. So that's that.
He's your real prime minister. Careful what you say.
He's our
Um,
supreme leader.
She's your supreme leader. You're having regime change. So Canada's Mark Carney, who's just had an awakening, he says, many of our former strengths built on our close ties to the US have become weaknesses. The US has changed. No, the US has not changed. The US has just stopped hiding who they are. The Israeli occupation has just been left open now. They're not even bothering to hide it. They're like, yeah, whatever, we'll bring in the laws, we'll do everything. We're going to have more laws now, censorship laws, because of that attack recently. And Keir Starmer's been very open about it. So yeah, they're going to use it. And then Trump has said they're not leaving Iran. He says, if we leave Iran, if we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild, but we're not leaving. So nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years. Okay, whatever you say. What else is going on? Hezbollah is now insisting on its own conditions for a Lebanon-Israel ceasefire to hold. Some lawmakers saying that. They're asking Trump why he removed, because today he announced that he's removing troops from Germany. So he says we're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot further than 5,000, because today the number 5,000 was announced. I guess they need it. And let's have a look what else is going on in the news. Oh, Trump's done one of his Truth Social posts. Let me read it out to you guys. I haven't read it myself yet, so we'll read it together. He says, I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Humanity and the world, well, as a British person, Iran's not affected or done anything to have any negative impact on my life. Israel has. The Israeli American British foreign policy has, but Iran hasn't. And yeah, they've got the Strait of Hormuz closed, but you know what? It's what you say, Andy. Kudos to them. Do you know what I mean? And Trump says the US could restart strikes on Iran. Let's see. Yeah, that's the news for now, guys. Let's go back to the.
Yeah,
Andy, jump in. I
honestly,
see your hand
in a
up.
way, I don't want to see any more people die, but I also kind of hope Trump is stupid enough to mess around with Iran again, because because you know the saying with the bully, they need to be hit in the nose. And as Khomeini tweeted before his death, sometimes the most powerful military in the world can be hit so hard they never get back up again, and that's what we need to see here. The military-industrial complex needs to be crippled enough in this war where that they don't try anything like this again. So like obviously if Iran gets its terms without any more military conflict, that's the best situation. We'd love to see sanctions lifted, them charging tolls, all of that without any more casualties. But if it unfortunately takes more war, then so be it. If 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 Trump's willing to sign the deal, great. If Trump's not willing to sign the deal and he's stupid enough to go back to war, also great. But Iran's going to win this one way or another. So yeah, let's see how this goes. But Iran's ready. They've dug out any of the missiles that got buried. They've gotten a few shipments from Russia and China. They haven't even used their best missiles and drones yet. And everyone's talking about, oh, the US has this amazing Dark Eagle weapon. That's cute. That thing goes Mach 5. Iran has missiles that go Mach 13 and Mach 15. So, yeah. And I was joking, like, oh, I bet the US has like a small number of them, and then they actually do. Like, they only have a couple of these Dark Eagle missiles. Like, I kid you not. It's a very tiny number. So, yeah, because it's a new weapon they just created in 2025. And you know how bad our military industrial complex is. It's all stolen, fraud, waste, and grift. They cannot mass produce anything. So, like, Mario literally posted that with the Dark Eagle hypersonic that there's a very small number of them. It's unproven, and that, according to Larry Johnson, there's only 8 of them. 8 of them. So, what are 8 hypersonic missiles going to do? They're going to blow up some empty warehouse or something. That's adorable, and then MAG is going to cheer. Oh my God! Wow! Amazing! We used a new weapon. Iran's in tatters, and then MAG is going to cheer, and we're all going to know that it's fake, and it's just to trick MAG into thinking that they're winning the war. That's all this new weapon is. They're bringing in a new weapon, and they have 8 of them, 8 hypersonic missiles. Like, that's not going to change the balance of power against Iran's tens of thousands of drones. It just simply is not.
No, it's not, and you're right. I think it's just going to be just use it and say, "Oh yeah, we blew them up," and declare victory and come home. And I think that's what's going on.
So you guys think they're going to go back in for another strike? America?
I think so. I think so. I mean, you don't move all this military hardware over there for nothing. And once you do, you have to use it. It costs too much to
But
bring
that's
it all
been there
back.
forever, Ashkan. I mean, he's
He's
been
moved a
moving it
lot of
since
stuff
even
since the
before.
ceasefire, and Trump does bluff on some of his biggest things, like, oh, power plants and Bridge Day. But every time he's moved hardware somewhere, he has used it. When he moved the stuff to Venezuela, he used it. When he moved the stuff here the first time, he used it. And then during the so-called ceasefire, because I think that was just temporary for the U.S. to be able to position more assets. I mean, he moved the other carrier, and then all of those transport planes he moved. And then remember the aid package we were discussing. He gave the weapons to Israel and all of those interceptors to the Gulf states. You're not giving the Gulf states more interceptors unless you have something planned. Like, because Iran's not just gonna launch an attack on a Gulf state for no reason. They didn't do that in 47 years. They're not gonna do that now. So the only reason you provide an $8 billion aid package to the Middle East is if you know you're gonna attack and then there's gonna be a retaliation. And it's just absolutely insane. You know that something's coming with this aid package. It's gonna probably just be more of the same. The definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting different results. I mean, remember after the 12-day war, they were saying Israel destroyed almost all of their missiles and missile launchers. They're significantly degraded. They're not going to be able to come back. Like, we knew that was a lie. And then like people just like whitewash that. Like I was reading an old Fox News article from like July of 2025 the other day, and they were saying Iran claims they could fight for 2 years. Most experts disagree, but for what we saw from the first 40 days of this, Iran probably could keep up a volume like that for multiple years if they wanted to. It's the U.S. that couldn't because they don't have the interceptors. That's why the U.S. had to stop, because they were out of interceptors, and beg Iran for a deal. Otherwise, more and more stuff was going to get through. They had to make a deal so they could get the extra interceptors in place. Otherwise, Israel and the Gulf were going to get absolutely bludgeoned.
Yeah.
Interesting. Andrew, I want to bring you in. Like before the war, before this 64 days, when the build-up was happening, he moved quite a lot of, from a Navy perspective, equipment, didn't he, to the region that hasn't still been used, has it?
Yeah, no, it has not. And he did move a lot of material, but nothing, and I've been saying this since day one, nothing compared to what would be needed for a full, serious incursion. But here's the thing with naval forces, called naval force afloat, called the posturing. Many times. It's also part of called the gunboat diplomacy. Even though it's worn its time, it's past its time, it's still very effective. It's psychological, where you have forces out there. We used to call it cutting holes in the ocean. It's maddening for the forces afloat, because literally one day turns into 20, 30, and you're still out there in one spot just driving around in circles. All you're doing is just showing force. But that's all it is. It's just a show of force, because we really can't do anything with it in the Gulf. If we could have, we would have. And we keep repeat. It's a show of force, but nothing is going to happen in the Gulf. So eventually a deal has to be reached, and like Joe said, it could be possible no deal is really reached, and we just kind of hang out, but change out the ships, do a rotation. I can't tell you how many patrols I made, submarine patrols in certain spots, and we would be on patrol in spots for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and then drive around in circles, go back home and refit, and to get a month of R&R, and boom, we're back out at it again. So that's what happened. That's what they do. And then if it's kinetic and it's actual warfare, then the op tempo really picks up, and you have a lot more moving in. There was one thing that Colonel Davis said this morning. I really don't I push back against. He was saying no. He thinks that those ships have plenty of food and like that. Yeah, they've got enough food, but I think there really was some rationing, because I don't think they've been getting resupplied like they're supposed to. And that's another thing I think we're seeing, in that the number of ships over there right now, I have not seen, and I wish I had better intel on it, but I'm not, of course, privy to it. But I don't see the logistics force to resupply them. There are several thousand troops out there that need to be resupplied. And the military lift, I really haven't seen from the USNI, United States Naval Institute. I've not seen that many AFSs, AEs, AOs out there. Those are the replenishment ships, unless they're using commercial ships. But I don't want to go off on all that. But yeah, so Beatrice, yeah, we did see a lot, but we didn't see really anything happen with them. They're just hanging out there. So it's now really just a waiting game. But we know Iran's in the driver's seat. They can just sit back and wait. That's what we've all said. They can just sit back and wait as we go into this global meltdown. So, but it's great to be back. I'm sorry I was really running late this morning, but man, those Iranian interviews, those Iranian women, correction, I'm so sorry, the Lebanese women, it was heartbreaking. I had a very hard time listening to that. I don't even have words to describe it. You've been there, Beatrice. I've been in Lebanon. Love that country. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, one good positive thing is like a network like Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire, they've had to lay off a lot of staff because the Zionist propaganda media is failing. So it's our narrative, the truth is winning. People that are speaking up against the Zionism is winning, and the Zionist media is failing. So even with all of the money that's getting artificially pumped into something like the Daily Wire, they're having to lay off staff. And remember, Candace Owens was there, and then started speaking up forcefully and she got fired, and she's one of the biggest names, and that network is absolutely failing. And then it's a great thing to see that media that produces propaganda. You have Ben Shapiro saying things like there were no girls on Epstein's island underage and ridiculous things last summer. So it's great to see scum like that fail when they're pushing propaganda and lies and justifying the murder of children in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely, Andy. And I forgot to say, I did forget to say, I still think, and I've been saying it from day one, from I think week 2, I've been saying it, repeat. I think there will be a deal reached. It will be the United States will make it look like a victory, and I do think there will be some fireworks. I think the U.S. is going to blow something up or do something so Trump can say did some great thing. And I also love the way Colonel Davis said that in the interview this morning with Suleiman. Who knows, man? Trump is whatever you think might happen, he's going to pull the opposite, but it's catching up to him. It's catching up to him. But I think that we will see something, and then just will fade in the background.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andrew. I'm not sure if Trump I agree with you, is going to use all that equipment he's sent to the region, but that's just billions of dollars of cost for nothing. And I don't know who that guy is you were referring to. I think you mentioned some guy called Joe. I don't know who that is. I've never had anybody called Joe.
Sorry. Yeah, I can't remember his name. It's Jay something. He's the guy from the Philippines, but he says he's from Portugal, but I think it's the Philippines. But
it's Carl Schwab's brother.
Yeah.
Dark Matters told us last night. It's Schwab's brother.
I knew it.
It's Jonas Schwab.
I knew it. Thank you for confirming that. I knew it.
Jonas Schwab. But you know, Andrew, on a serious note, what you talk about, right? Before you came on, Manko was saying, "Oh, but the Strait of Hormuz is closed," and I'm paraphrasing. He was like, "Oh, you know, like Iran struggling, oil isn't getting through, the GCC oil isn't getting through." And I was thinking, actually, the GCC has oil, right? Okay, maybe not as much as they used to have with the Strait of Hormuz open, but they can survive. Iran is a country that's been under sanctions for decades. Their resistance, that whole country symbolizes resistance. They can survive. It's us that can't survive. England has nothing. We're on rations. Like literally, we've got fumes left. The Far East is struggling. The everyday Americans are paying, as Andy was saying earlier, you know, it's the oil companies that are making the money, but at the pump, it's the everyday Americans that are paying. So it's us that's going to actually struggle with that. It's not the GCC or Iran that's going to struggle with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, you know?
Exactly. With the fuel prices going up, that increases the cost of Uber, that increases the price of food delivery. So then when Grubhub, DoorDash, all of that can't operate, that cascades into the restaurant businesses, then small restaurants and stuff are going to go under, and then that's just a cascading effect. Food prices are going to start going up even before we have the fertilizer crunch in the fall, and then after the fall is when we're really going to see the food inflation with the fertilizer crunch. We're not even going to see the full effect of this. Like, even if, let's say, the strait opens in August, the growing season's already affected. So we're going to see the full effect of this in the fall.
Yeah. I might actually go fill up my tank again tomorrow. Andy, you reminded me. maybe.
What
I
does
think
it
it's time
cost
to keep
there?
it topped up. I don't know. Do you know what, Andy? I'm really bad. I never check fuel cost. I just go fill up. But then when this war started, I think it was week 2, when the Strait of Hormuz closed, I think it was 2 weeks after that. Like I had homework from the space to go and fill up. And at that time, I checked the price, but I think I got the wrong price because my car's diesel and I think I got the petrol price. I can't remember, but it had gone up. It had gone up. And actually, what happened was I was supposed to go fill up and I was being a bit lazy and I thought I can't be bothered. So I went to the nearest gas station and it was cordoned off. They had no gas left. So I thought, I don't know if I can be bothered to go to another one. I thought, oh, let me just go. So I went to the second one and that was ribboned off. And then I thought, I'm going to freaking drive around and fill my tank up now because now I'm worried that we're not going to have any fuel left. So I went to the third one, which was in like there's a supermarket forecourt one. And I went in there and there was a little bit of a queue. And I filled up and I was just so happy to get some freaking fuel. I forgot to check the prices properly. But when I go tomorrow, I'll check. I'll take a picture and then we can Google and see what it was before because I've
All
never
the
really
gas
checked
stations
it, but
by
we'll
me
check
are
what it
now like
was.
$5 a gallon, and there's a slightly cheaper one that's like $4.74 a gallon. But yeah, like that sounds like ridiculously cheap for you, obviously, but for us, that's high. Before the war, we were a little bit above like 3 a gallon in our area. So now that we're seeing 5 at every station, I'm looking right now at the prices on the map. That's a huge increase. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we're and the national average is 443. And I've said this over and over, but the peak under Biden was 502. So if it passes that point, that's again when it's gonna be it's gonna be fun to see the MAGA spin when they try to say they can't say, oh, it's not as bad as under Biden. Like you had Gunther Eagleman when it hit 439 the other day say, Grok, what was the price under Biden? And it's like, yeah, does this guy not get that it's still gonna go up? Like imagine paying these propagandists to like just be this ignorant. Like the propaganda is already bad, but that only works if you know the strait's going to open, and it's not. They're literally just trying to buy Trump time for his stupid plan. Like the only way gas doesn't hit record highs is if the strait opens before the end of this month, and I just don't see that happening because I don't see Trump giving into Iran's terms, and it's not even giving in. The fact that we were sanctioning them in the first place is ridiculous. And if we lift the sanctions, like the funny thing is that actually lowers gas prices long term. So that would be beneficial for the global economy. But
I just remember Simon, right? He used to come on, like, I think it must have been, and don't quote me on this, but about day 20 or day 15, and say the Strait of Hormuz, like, needed to open yesterday because, like, this is going to have long-term effects. Now, on day 64, I'm thinking, freaking hell. Like, this is all part of the plan. Keep it closed as long as possible. And it's that Agenda 2030, bring in a change to our life, more censorship, more control, more draconian measures. It's going to be crazy. What's going to happen? Absolutely crazy. All I keep seeing when I open my phone is freaking adverts for solar panels. They're shoving solar panels down our throat, saying get solar panels for your energy. And I'm thinking, what is going on in England? For a little island, we really do try to punch above our weight when really we've got nothing. Like we grow nothing. Apart from potatoes, we've got nothing. It's the only thing I think we grow. We've got nothing. Everything comes in. And after Brexit, we don't even have any decent trade deals with anybody. We've got nothing. So it's a shame, really, to be honest. Got a lot of rainfall, and that's about it. So let's see. Let's go to Qubit. Qubit, jump in. Oh my God, Qubit, you requested the mic, multi-qubit. I won't be bringing you up again if you're not going to speak. Right, we're going to drop you. Scott, jump in.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Let me remove this idiot Qubit.
I'm sorry, I'm bouncing up and down too because I keep getting kicked off. So I'll keep this relatively short. Um, First of all, love. I've been. This is my second time up, but I've been following you guys for months. Like it's incredible the amount of information, the knowledge I've gained from all of you. It's. I just want to show my appreciation to you guys. Um, so this morning, my son is in grade 3. He came to me unprompted and said, I think I know why America and Israel are attacking Iran. And I was kind of caught off guard because I wasn't expecting, a 8-year-old, 9-year-old to say that. And I asked him why. And he said, because he thinks America and Israel are trying to steal the gas from Iran because they want the money. They want to sell it. They're trying to steal. And I was floored. Um, he, the kids are getting it. I think I'm coming from a place of hope here because we can be doomers and say like, oh, this is so bad. Um, he sees what's happening in an age appropriate way. Like I don't want him to be exposed to the absolute horror that's happening. Um, but to hear him say that in a way where you can see the empathy, it's as simple as someone's trying to take someone else's stuff and he thinks that's wrong. Um, it gave me so much hope for what these kids are seeing online, uh, what they're talking about with their friends at school. Um, I live in Canada. I live outside of Toronto. Um, we have a very large Persian population, Iranian population. We all the flags you see are monarchist flags. Half his class, and I'm not even exaggerating, half his class are Iranian children from Iranian parents, whenever they came over, it doesn't matter. Um, they're predominantly monarchists because I see the flags on the cars. We have a influential Jewish community here. So our media, especially, is very pro-Zionist. Even our independent media in Canada, um, whether you go a right-leaning outlet or a left-leaning outlet, both are Zionist. These guys, like the kids, are getting the message, and it gave me so much hope and joy that they're hearing the truth in a way, in a context that's not going to, brutalize them. I hear Andrew all the time talking about his daughter giving presentations at her school, and I think that's incredible. 14, I assume grade 9, grade 10. Um, they can have a little bit more in-depth and real conversations about it. But for kids in grade 3, grade 4, to even be aware of what's going on, um, I think it's important, and I'm not hiding it from him. Like we'll have the conversation. Um, but I also try to shield him from the true horror, the brutality. Uh, so I think contextually, they're trying to take someone else's stuff. It's a sovereignty issue, and um, I was just really proud. And I have you guys on YouTube, on the TV during the day, especially on the weekends. And I'm listening on X, obviously, but he's getting the message through osmosis, guys. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate I appreciate the conversations. I appreciate all the knowledge that everyone on the panel provides. Yeah, just thank you. And the message is getting out, and the kids are all right. Thanks, Beatrix.
Nah, Scott, thank you. You know, when you were saying that, funnily enough, when you first started speaking and you said grade three, I thought to myself, the first thought was, I wonder how old grade three is, because Andrew's daughter does some beautiful work. And then you told us when you said age 8, 9, I thought, wow, like I was thinking you must be so proud as a parent that your child understands that they're taking somebody's stuff and it's wrong. But then when you continue to say that about the number of monarchists and the Jewish community, and I'm assuming by Jewish, like it must be heavily kind of tinted towards Zionism, supporting Israel, in that environment, for your child to understand what's going on, to just detach from all the emotion and all the kind of propaganda and say they're trying to nick somebody else's stuff. Absolute credit to you. So proud of you as a parent. Scott, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I really appreciate you coming up and sharing it. Go ahead, Scott, and then I'll go to Andrew after you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is completely anecdotal, and I can't prove this at all. Um, but I have to guess that he is monarchist or like republic. It doesn't matter. The kids he's talking to at his school who are Iranian, they're getting the message from their parents that they're mad, that they're getting that Iran is being pillaged. You know what I mean? The attempt is to pillage their country. And I'm not here to defend monarchists. I'm not here to, you know, it's their country, it's their decision. But I think that it's because it's now gone on for as long as it has, even the hardliners are like, what is this all about? They're just trying to take our stuff, you know? Um, and that's trickling down to the kids. And it's such a simple lesson, you know. Kids get taught that when they're in daycare, preschool. You know what's don't touch. You know what's yours is yours, and what's theirs is theirs, and you respect other people's stuff. Um, it's an age appropriate context, but it's an important one. And I know there's so much more complexity and vectors of attack in this situation, but if you boil it really just down to the bottom, and keep it as binary as just leave their stuff alone, it's theirs. Um, you can have these conversations with kids.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm glad, like, these monarchists are starting to wake up as well. Um, I don't actually see it as their country. I see it as the Iranians who live in Iran. It's their country. And any Iranian who supports the Israeli-American aggression, you don't see it as your country. I can't stand Keir Starmer. I can't stand, I could probably count on one hand across all the political parties of the UK, the principal politicians that I like in the UK. It's rotten to the core. I hate it, right? But I'll tell you what, I would never support any other country coming and attacking my country because I'm patriotic. So I could never understand. We've had some monarchists on our space, American ones, even before this war, crying about it and saying, and you know what, Scott, not one of them comes up and talks about the girls' school that was hurt, the ones that come on the space. It's like, it's fine, it's collateral damage. It's disgusting.
Viewing
So we
kids
were
as collateral
watching.
damage is absolutely sickening. Those are little girls. So you if you claim you care about freeing the Iranian people, how can you view your own people or what you claim are your own people? As a lot of them don't even are really just propagandists. How can you view what you claim are your own people, little girls, and what you claim is your own country as, oh, just collateral damage? Is absolutely sickening and disgusting. It's like, yeah, I don't like Trump. I'm not happy, but I wouldn't want China and Russia to start dropping bombs on my schools to liberate us from Zionism. No, that's absolutely disgusting. And if there were, let's say, and if there were some far leftists that hate Trump that were saying, Russia, China, please attack us to liberate us from Trump, I would call them out and say, are you mad? That's absolutely disgusting. I would call them out if they were saying that. Like, that'd be absolutely ridiculous if people would cheer for Russia and China to start shooting us with missiles to free us from Zionism. That'd be ridiculous.
So, Beatrix, you mentioned the girls' school and whatever it was, day one of this whole thing. Um, I had the news on, and I think it was on Al Jazeera. Um, they were showing footage of uh, like they were digging the graves for all of the bodies of the children. And, when you looked at it, it was just a bunch of empty graves from an overhead shot, excavator, whatever. And my son asked, what's going on? We had that conversation. Son, a whole bunch of children your age got blown up on a triple tap. Um, it's an awful thing. America killed an entire school's, like, my son's school is almost identical to the size of that school. Um, it was easily relatable. These are like your friends. This is you. Like this is what this American empire and the entity are doing to people like you and to people that you go to school with, Iranians. Um, they get it. And I guess the one tangent I'll say is I do agree that there is an issue with social media for children. I get it, but all of the attempts now to withhold to keep kids away from social media, the laws that are being passed in Australia, a province here, Winnipeg or Manitoba rather, just did a similar sort of thing. They're trying to keep children off of social media until they're 14, 16, wherever it depends. Um, the cynical side of me thinks that that's an attempt because these kids are getting the truth somehow through what they're seeing. And if they can just prevent the kids from getting the truth, they won't. They can be. They can, join the war, join the fight. Be like your boomer grandparents, just blind. You know. Um, I'll land there. And again, Beatrix, Andrew, Ryan Dawson, hello. Big fan. Suleiman, of course. Love you all, and thank you guys.
Appreciate that, Scott. I want to welcome Ryan onto the stage. Ryan, hope you're doing well. How are you?
I'm good. People are forgetting that Trump saved those 9 AI girls, though. So how about that?
A lot of
It's
winning.
sad with the school. It kind of overshadows the fact that they also hit a hospital the same day. Normally, just bombing a hospital would be or ought to be front page news, but because they hit the girls' school too, it's like too much to handle. And worst of all is when they asked about it, Trump said, "We think Iran did that." And then Hegseth said, "It's being investigated." He was a little smarter. He's like, "Oh, we're investigating it." It's on film. It was a Tomahawk Block 4. It was a triple tap. And they incinerated him, smoke coming out of the ceiling. Scott Ritter's broken it all down before. You could have said, we had outdated maps. We had AI targeting, whatever, some kind of accident. But they didn't even own up on it. They blamed the victims. They said, "Oh, that's Iran did it to itself." It reminds me of the Israelis saying when clearly a JDAM hit the courtyard of a hospital, they said, "Oh, that was a misfire from Hamas that went backwards and landed on them." No, it wasn't. And it just didn't matter. They ended up bombing all the hospitals anyway. But, we're not Israel, but we meaning the United States, we're now in that group with them that just targets children and won't own up to it. Blames the enemy for it. There's a preemptive attack during negotiations and you hit a girls' school. I don't think that was on purpose because there's just nothing to gain by it. I think it was a massive screw up. But no one's being held accountable for this incompetence or the hospital they hit. But then again, I don't think I don't think I think they're indifferent to it. You know, they let AI just size up, building dimensions, and then off they go. And they're getting a lot of false positives, but their attitude is, so what? What are they going to do about it? Might makes right. Machiavelli. That's their moral compass, is like the Old Testament God. Just kill them all because we can. And in America, that wasn't what they used to be. Right? It was Eisenhower that came in and put an end to the Suez Crisis. There used to be, at least, America's always tortured people, but they had to do it in secret. They had to do rendition programs because the public wouldn't stomach it. ISIS shot people, but there was huge pushback against it. But the Israelis, they celebrate it. Torture, murder, rape prisoners, they don't care. The more you do it, the more popular you are. So at least culturally, a good chunk of the United States is against this type of behavior. But no one's going to be held accountable. And they're changing the rules of engagement. They're changing. Hegseth has just cleared out anybody with a conscience. And now we're murdering little kids. And it's more scary than when the Israelis do it because the U.S. has far more power. And we cannot allow our government to behave like Lincoln. But that's Trump's model. He wants to be Abe Lincoln. Heroicize him. Took his tariff idea from him too. That's what the Union Army used to do. Wall people up in churches and burn them. Children, everything. They raped. Almost 100,000 Union soldiers got syphilis spread through because they raped so many people in the areas they were taking. And it's all justified by this myth of ending slavery, which they didn't do and practice themselves. And it's the same kind of crap, like, oh, we're liberating protesters and the 40,000 protesters is bull. Or women's liberation or any of this nonsense. It's some do-gooder facade to point to. It's totally disingenuous, just like the negotiations themselves. And the mask came off after saying, whoa, this is to help the protesters, this is for women's rights. And then what's he put on Truth Social? Do it or I will blow you back into the Stone Age. This will be a civilization ending maneuver. Like, that's what you really think. You're just Durka sand people. That's what he really thinks, and he wants to blow you back into the Stone Age. He didn't care about women or anybody else. Israel wanted war with Iran, and they got it. And the U.S. is obeying, and the U.S. is acting like the Israelis, targeting, murdering civilians, and blaming it on the enemy. They're going to do it again. They're all geared up. They send in another carrier. That's not just for pageantry. And they've been gathering ammo from all over the world. Why? Because they're going to use it. It's not going to work. But thousands of more people are going to die in this pointless war, and they're going to wreck the global economy for probably a decade or more. Because of political Zionism, because these Jewish supremacists that are ethnically cleansing southern Lebanon and just straight up bulldozing down houses and after they loot everything in them and stealing territory for God's chosen lunatics. Because they promised it to themselves thousands of years ago in the book with talking donkeys and people living inside a whale and things that absolutely are not made up. These are the kind of lunatics we're dealing with. You can't negotiate with these people. And they're completely not sincere. They're insincere when they say, oh, we did. It's not about uranium. One time they even admitted they'd get rid of your ballistic missiles, which Iran laughed at. They want regime change. They want to put a cuck in power as they have in Lebanon and just about every Arab state besides Yemen. That's what they want. Obedience for greater Israel. And they are willing to rape little kids and engage in well-organized, and I mean billionaires, organizing international child human trafficking. That's what Epstein was. And to a degree, stuff like OnlyFans is like the digital honey trap because they record all of that stuff. And they've got these people by the shorties, the short hairs, if you know what I'm saying. And then you got these closet homosexuals like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz. They will do whatever Israel wants. And they're advocating just mass murder. I see more outrage towards like Nazism, which, you know, an ideology that died in the 40s, than I do the modern murder, killing, and genocide. It's perfectly, you can get elected, you could be a senator or congressman and advocate the genocide of Palestine and be fine. But you can't even be a student at a college campus saying not to kill people, or they'll label you a terrorist and kick you out of school. That's where we're at. It all started because we don't have a free press. They have a monopoly on the media, and that all started with Lincoln too, closing down all the newspapers. He married corporation and state. He married the state with the press, and he created the income tax. And they put his fucking face on a mountain. Called him a liberator. Can't let this continue. It's amazing as people say Trump's the worst president ever. I'm like, Clinton killed millions. So did Bush. Obama, at least hundreds of thousands. He invaded Libya and Syria. The sanctions on Iraq were killing 100,000 people a year under Bill Clinton. And he burned his own people at Waco. Fuck that guy. And he was an Epstein pervert. Fuck him. Bush Jr. invaded Afghanistan and Iraq over nothing. About 800,000 people, so maybe 1 million there. Trillions of dollars spent on Israel's war. There were worse presidents. Trump's killed about 3,000 in Iran and however many in Yemen. He's not on their level yet, but give him time. Because these people are crazy enough to use a nuclear bomb. How do you end it? It's a weird phenomenon where people seem, they're more black-pilled because they're more aware. They weren't as black-pilled only because of ignorance. But we actually have gained ground. It just seems like it's worse, but it was way worse in the past than it is now. They were killing far more people and they were getting away with it carte blanche. Now there's some consequence, at least in the court of public opinion, for these actions. So as disgusting as it is that they blew up a school full of girls, at least people are able to talk about it and condemn it. You couldn't do that before. They bombed schools in Iraq in that war. Nothing. Israel has been doing that to Gaza way before October 7th. Nothing. As we gain more free speech, they'll lose power, but it's going to look like the worst times we've ever had. But in reality, they're actually getting better. It's just that before you might not have been aware of how bad things were. So I just want to point that out. Like, we are on the offense now against empire, slowly starting to win. And that's what, and it's like as you lift the rock and all the roaches run out from underneath it, like you're seeing the disgusting nature of things, but that's how they always were. It's just you lifted up the cover now, and now you get to look at these demons in the face. And I think one of the pivotal things that people could do, especially if they live in Florida 6th District, is getting Dan Bilzerian to primary Randy Fine. Because if he wins, more people will run. They don't, because they just think, oh, it's impossible. But it's not. You can beat these demons. Fat Jew Randy Fine, He doesn't do anything for Florida. He's an Israeli firster. He's got an Israeli flag in his office. Placed higher than the U.S. flag, by the way. They openly work for a foreign state, and a foreign state that colonizes its neighbors. They'll murder babies. They're not being prosecuted for this. See any Israeli soldiers going to jail for their war crimes in Gaza? No, because it's state-ordained racism. That Star of David flag ought to be looked at like somebody just raised up a swastika. That's the attitude people ought to have. And the backlash should be just as severe. I hand it back to you, Sully.
Great points, Ryan. Ryan, what do you think is happening now? Because a lot of people who thought that the US were going to go back in now are changing their mind. They think they might not go back in anymore. This might be it. What's your thoughts?
It looks like they are going to go back in. They've geared up. They've got their ships in place. They've got their ammo in place. I think he'd make an announcement. Oh, because they always do this. They always lie. They'll say, "Oh, look, it's over. Oh, look, we're negotiating," and that's exactly when they hit. They always do the opposite, and that's how he's behaving. And it's kind of like my heart and head are in the different directions. I don't want a war, and so I want to say, yeah, maybe it's over, but it isn't. He still has his stupid blockade and his stupid ships out there, and they realize these bases in the Gulf are vulnerable. They get lit up. The only things that didn't get hit, and I said this before the war started, were the carriers. But they really only used one. Right? The first Gulf War, they used 6. Or the second Gulf War, excuse me, last time. They used 6 against Iraq. They just had the Lincoln. Because the Ford was out of commission like before the war started. They had the toilet problem and the laundry problem, and it wasn't there. Now they have the Lincoln, the Ford, and the Bush. And that's going to cause problems. That's round-the-clock bombings with whatever standoff munitions they have left. Still isn't going to work. But Iran's going to, they would release these waves during the pauses. There's not going to be a pause if you have 3 carriers. I hate this. I want a mutiny on those ships. Those ships, they're like, oh, look, they're scared to go. I hate this analysis. They're like, they're scared to go in close because they'll get hit with hypersonic missile. I'm like, no, they're not. They can shoot further than you can. Why would they get in close when they can hit you and you can't hit them? That's just dumb. They're just being like carriers are a problem. And anybody that's just like, oh, what is that going to do? And they had all these AI videos of carriers getting hit and sunk and stuff, but none of that actually happened. Not one ship was hit at all. And they couldn't sink those if they sat still. They do not understand how powerful a fucking aircraft carrier is. I'm on the phone. And now they're sitting 3. But Iran's still going to hit the Gulf countries anyway. They think like, well, as long as we don't launch from there or fire from there, like, no. If you hit infrastructure and power plants and things in Iran, then they are going to do it back. Whether your military is there or not, they have to. It's for their existence is at stake. Sorry, I've got children yanking on me. So I went over all of this with a U.S. naval officer recently. It's on Substack, ryandawson.org if you want to see. And Solomon, we should do a Substack show soon so I can boost yours.
Yeah, let's do it. I've already set it up, so I can send you. Let's do it. I've set my Substack up, so I'm gonna trial it tomorrow for the first time, and then if it works properly, then I'll do it with you and do like a proper one. Multi-stream, so it should be good.
Yeah, I mean, you can't rely on YouTube. They'll yank it from you at a moment's notice. It's just the way they have it set it up. They can terminate you for any reason at all, right? True. So, yeah.
Well, the thing was, do you remember about 2 years ago, there was that Matt Taibbi fight with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk kind of shadow banned him. And the reason he shadow banned him is because Taibbi wanted to stay on Substack, and Musk wanted him to post on X. And it seems like Taby made the right decision because Taby is, I'm looking at it now, he has like 500,000 subscribers on Substack, Matt Taibbi. And on the other hand, like anyone who stayed on X and stuck by Musk threw them all over anyway. Like I don't think even like Emal Shung, who's Musk's like sucked Musk off more than anyone else, is crying about all the changes on X and how he's not getting paid and all these type of things. So
Getting Nikited. Well, you want to
yeah.
know how much money I have frozen on Stripe and PayPal that they never paid and took?
Who's
Take a
this
guess.
X?
Yeah,
About
but take
X?
a guess how much Stripe and PayPal have taken.
What, like 20K?
I know, $440,000,
From
$500,000.
wow.
That's what I should have been paid. That's what people tried to send to me, and they won't give it to me. I'm like, well, then give it back to the customers. They're not doing that either. So I'm fighting with them right now. I'm like, I know how to market, and I know my shit. It's like I'm not allowed to use Patreon, PayPal, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all this stuff. If I was, I'd be a multimillionaire. But I'm not allowed. And even when I make my own website and I hook up this stuff, then Stripe pulls the rug. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Substack is the only thing I can do. So, of course, I promote it, but that's 99% of my revenue now because I ain't allowed to use anything else. I wish Iran would make a payment processor. It's like, you want to destroy Zog? Replace PayPal with something.
Exactly. And even create a social
400.
media.
I looked it up. I added up all the things. I was like, great. This is
Same.
82K in the last 6 months. I'm like, well, where is the money then? I'm arguing with, dude, I'm going to do a video just on Stripe and how they fucking steal everybody's money. I'm like, well, they won't give it to me. They won't give it to them. Can you imagine? I could finance all my own films with a fraction of that money.
Yeah, I'm in the same situation. I think from when I was banned from, when I was basically demonetized just from X, not anything else. You're looking at probably based on how much I was earning before October 7th, I would probably got about 400,000 just up till now, just from X. Because I was part of the original X creator program, so I was getting as much as like Mario and Dom Luca, the whole original crew. And then obviously being banned from everything else. So yeah, and I feel you, bro. And then obviously giving up the contract with Mario, which is millions. I feel you. I feel you. It's not easy, unfortunately. It's the life.
It's because of a political alignment too. Like I haven't broken any rules or anything.
Same. I'm super
I'm
careful.
against all these fucking stupid ass white supremacists and fuck all those people. But it doesn't matter. It's clearly because of my position against Israel
Yeah.
that I'm banned on everything.
Same thing. Same thing. I'm super careful to try and not hurt people's feelings. And like I don't, and even then that's not good enough. Like you will get banned because you disagree with Israel. In the
Well, I've
same
been
boat.
dealing with this shit since 2005. Like they took away my MySpace, they took away my AOL, like that.
Yeah.
Like they don't want me to be able to reach people. They don't want me to be able to get paid.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, to be in this game, you have to give up a lot. Like, for example, the millions of dollars of contract I gave up, that was like, it is what it is anyway. So it sounds like we're both crying about it, but if you're in our shoes, you'll know how it is, how tough
Well,
it is.
that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to say like we need a fair playing field. If we want to stop schoolgirls from getting bombed, then like our side needs to be allowed to speak and earn a living. Because the main reason a lot of the journalists just won't go there is they're like, if I say that, they'll end my career.
Exactly.
And
Or
it's true.
income and income.
Yeah, if someone's got children, you take their income away. I mean, it went from that to I make from Stripe right now zero all year long. They won't pay me.
It's a disgrace, bro.
It's fucked. And I'm like, okay. And other people see that and they go, oh, I don't want to get the Dawson treatment, so they're not going to speak out. I think I've found a way around it. I'm waiting for approval, and I ain't even going to explain what it is because then they'll go shut this other thing down. But we'll see. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday there might be a solution here, and I'm going to offer it to people like you, Jeremy McKenzie, like anyone that's been blanket banned over nothing. Like this is why. All we need is one. We need like one honest company, and I think we can win this.
I agree. I agree. You don't know how many meetings I've been in behind closed doors to try and, people saying they want to set up some like amazing social media, but it never goes down, bro. It's like these guys
No,
are
I want to see
mentalized.
one already up and then join it. I was like, I want a payment processor that isn't going to ban me in 2 weeks. Like, I'm not putting in all this effort just for you to rug pull me later. Like, I'd like it just to be direct to bank, get rid of all these middlemen, just like customer straight to me. Can't do that? Nope. So I'm looking at some Chinese stuff. I'm like, that's how bad it gets. We'll see. We'll
That
see.
might break. That
Hey,
might break, John. That might break, Ryan.
yeah, maybe. If a Chinese woman, no.
What's the so just coming back to the politics of it, like I was speaking to like Larry Johnson, Daniel Davis, like all these guys are thinking there's less of a chance that they're going to be a strike now. They feel like now it's going to just be blockade and Trump leaving.
Yeah, they're going to strangle them economically to see how that goes. And when that fails, because it will, they'll discuss the other options. There is a bit of a tug of war right now in the Pentagon with the Israelis want actually prefer it how it is because they like their one-on-one with Lebanon and not being hit with ballistic missiles from Iran. Even though Iran's not being bombed, they're like, no, we're going to take southern Lebanon. So we just keep the status quo. Even though they're the ones that pushed for the war against Iran, well, that's before they knew how badly it was going to go. So this kind of stalemate now where America is not bombing Iran, Iran's not bombing the Gulf states or shooting down American planes is perfect for the Israelis because it's like now we get a one-on-one with Lebanon. The Lebanese government is, got their chair at the corner of the bed. And so it's just Hezbollah. And the Israeli army is not doing well, but their Air Force is. And they are absolutely destroying civilians in southern Lebanon. And this, at the beginning of the war, I said, well, they'll just fly over them and bomb Beirut and they'll bomb everything. They made the yellow line. That was like the first video we did. This is what Israel's going to do. They're going to do the Gaza thing. They're going to avoid the army as much as possible and attack civilians. That's how they are. And Hezbollah can't kill enough soldiers fast enough, or can they? I mean, that's the question mark. But, homes have been destroyed. Even with this war ends, there's nowhere for those people to move back to. They're trying to annex that territory. That's the whole point. But when Kramshah 4s and things were landing and hitting Haifa and Tel Aviv, they were screaming for timeout. They're out of interceptors. They can't do it. So one of the dumbest things America could do would be to restart the war, and then Iran can hit Israel again too. What they really want is like regime change. They want they economically strangle them, or they want America to nuke them. But they don't want to do what they were doing before because that wasn't working at all. So it's this weird shift. What Trump just does whatever the Israelis say. However, there are people in his group that think, well, if we give in enough carriers, because we only had one, and we get this many, and we use our Dark Eagles, $41 million missiles, and blah, 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 that then we can do the final knockout blow. I disagree with that. That would work, but that's what they think will work. And so that faction is also tugging on them. And that's also back. There's two Israeli factions, and they're like, we need to do this knockout blow, use the Dark Eagles, do this, have round the clock bombing with the carriers, bomb their electricity, take out their bridges, and then they'll come running to mommy or whatever. They will not. But this is the other plan. So he's just choosing between these two Israeli plans. One saying, hey, leave it how it is. We are destroying Lebanon. That's the goal. And strangle them economically, bomb them later. And the other one's like, we can do a knockout blow, bomb them now. But bombing's going to happen eventually.
There's people discussing, I think it's Treater Parsi and quite a few others. They think that, I just don't think this could happen, but anyway, they think that there is a possibility America could just leave. So you just leave, you keep the sanctions open, Iran has control of the Strait. What's your thoughts on that?
I think Treater Parsi knows Iran like the back of his hand. Utmost respect for him. But I think he is thinking like a rational person. And he's thinking, you know, if they were smart, they could just do this and sanction them. Like if you look before the war, there was a currency collapse, there was rebellion in the streets. Like all they had to do was nothing. If they could get back to the pre-war status where the strait was already open and uranium was on the table and they had the JCPOA, that would be the dream. They can't even get back to how it was. But I think it's a mistake to bestow rationality onto Trump and Hegseth. They don't possess that. They don't think like Trita or me or you. They're not rational. And so it'd be very easy to predict things if you were like, well, you know, if they were smart, you would do this. I'm like, but they're not smart. That's the problem. That's why I always like, did you divide by retard? Like, I love this is a lovely equation, you know, now multiply by retarded, because that's what you have with the Trump administration. It was absolutely stupid to start a war with only one carrier in place, where you thought if you kill the Ayatollah, everything would collapse in a hunky-dory because some Mossad agents told you so or whatever. So dumb. And they lost more planes than they admitted. They burned up more munitions than they admitted. They have more casualties than they're admitting. And we're seeing from satellite photos just how bad those bases got tagged. Far worse than they admitted. It would have been better just to admit what happened, because the more you lie, the larger the assumption is going to be. Like, oh, I bet this many died, or da, 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 da. They lost a lot of stuff, and they're out of interceptors. I mean, out. The radars have been destroyed. $1 billion radar, a $300 million one in Jordan wrecked by a drone. Not going well for the empire because they went in half cocked. It's like Mr. Miyagi said, you like do it or don't, you know, squish like grape. It's like crossing the highway. You stay on the left side of the road or the right. You don't hang out in the middle because you get hit by a car. They went in like so-so. And it didn't work. And it's a victory of their own success because they had Stuxnet, they had assassinated scientists, probably killed the president, they had killed officers, they had assassinated Nasrallah in Lebanon, they had killed negotiators from Hamas, they had annexed a piece of Syria. They were openly financed ISIS and allowed them to take over a country, murdered Gaddafi, took over the area, invaded Iraq, had a kangaroo court for Saddam, hanged him. Like everything had been going to plan. And they thought, next, you know, we'll kill the Ayatollah. It'll crumble. There's protests, did it. And it didn't work. It did the opposite. And they don't know what to do. And the rational thing for the empire to do, if you really want to wreck Iran and do the most damage and allow Israel to take the most territory, would be walk away, keep the ceasefire as it is, allow the war in Lebanon to continue with the Israelis destroying all their stuff, allow the annexation of the West Bank as it's been going and the Israelis take all their stuff, let Gaza starve and don't allow aid in as it is now and they take all their stuff. They could do all that just by not messing with Iran and just give them the straight and let them, or open it up. You're like, fine, pay the toll. It'll hurt everyone else a lot more than the U.S. And like, that's a mistake. You're going to have to just take some concessions from your screw up. But if you continue to, you know, to mess with the bear or whatever, the lion is maybe a better analogy, then it's going to tear you up. You don't have an answer to their geography. They have got ballistic missiles buried down in there in the mountains. They can close the strait indefinitely. The only way you can open it is to comply to their demands. But one of the demands is knock it off in Lebanon, and Israel's not going to do that. And that's going to be the part of the deal that unravels all the rest of it.
What's your thoughts on the fact that you mentioned that this Lebanon against Israel 101, and some people feel like Iran maybe should jump in and help them because Hezbollah essentially jumped into the escalated part of this war for Lebanon?
Israel's going to invade them anyway. I mean, let's not play stupid. Iran did help them and delivered some vital shots on Israel, but they got to shoot over top of Iraq and Jordan to hit Israel. It's not the most effective use of very expensive missiles. Like, they can do a lot more damage total to international Zionism by wiping out the UAE and Qatar and things like that. Way easier and damages. I mean, they're stripping billions away, probably $1 billion a day. That hurts them too. The southern port and northern ports of Israel are closed. People have left. Their soldiers are getting killed. Their tanks are being blown up. They are not doing well against Hezbollah, but Iran can't really like move an army like on the land across anywhere without getting annihilated by an air force. You are seeing the PMU take over U.S. territory in Iraq, lightly defended. And this is why I'm like, there's no boots on the ground. They can't even hold on to Victoria and Erbil. They're not going to go into Tehran. But there isn't much Iran can do other than long-range fire into Israel. That's not the most effective use of their gear. Hezbollah does have their own components and ability to build drones and things themselves. They don't need to import them from anybody else. It's just they don't have an answer to the Israeli Air Force. There's no air defense systems to do anything about these. Well, I mean, they can hit helicopters, but there's nothing they can do against the jets, for example, or long range fire. They don't really have a navy or anything either. There's nothing they can do about Israeli ships. They can just hit the infantry, and they're doing damage. The thing is, on the flip side, Israel can't hold that territory either. And so they're out there thinking, it seems to be, we'll just destroy it all. And they're just going into people's homes and destroying them. They've got excavators and bulldozers, and they're just doing the West Bank thing where they just beep, beep, just knock the houses down. Like, if I can't have it, neither can you. We'll just wreck it and force you to leave and depopulate this area. And that seems to be their goal. And it is achievable. This is why we need international intervention. I mean, like, you can't just roll in and bulldoze down civilian homes. Like, they have nothing to do with Hezbollah anyway. And the whole reason there is a Hezbollah is a reaction to you consistently attacking Lebanon. They didn't exist till the middle of the 1980s. Was it in 87 or in 83, whatever, the Hamas 87? Well, they didn't exist. That whole faction is a response to consistent attacks on Lebanon by the Israelis. It's just they run the narrative, they run the media. There's no Hezbollah lobby. There's no like Lebanese equivalent of AIPAC. You know, there's no Arab Epstein out there getting blackmailing politicians or bribing them with kids. So they will lose in the media front. So it's really like all hands. It's the fate of southern Lebanon rests right now with Hezbollah and how effective they are at killing the GCL, God's chosen lunatics, hitting them in their staging areas, blowing up their tanks, blowing up their jeeps, and take out some of those tractors. But the world also needs to see what the Israelis are doing. Like, they're the aggressor. They're in Lebanon destroying homes, not military bases or anything like that. They're just in there destroying it. If you're not a Jew, then you're not a person, and we will kill you, or we will steal your house, or we'll burn it, or we'll flatten it. That is like Genghis Khan level destruction. And where is the outcry? The outcry is not over Lebanon or Gaza. The outcry is over the strait because oil. Morality is not in the heart. It's in the wallet. That is, you want Europeans to move, raise gas prices. I mean, I applaud Spain and Italy and now France not allowing their airspace, not allowing their ports for U.S. ships for their stupid war. But where was that for Gaza? And they wouldn't do that for Lebanon either. And they actually helped them attack Libya. They're only doing this because of the economic backlash of the strait being closed. There's not a moral decision like, oh, you can't kill children. It's, oil's expensive. We need to do something. Let's be nice so Iran will let our ships out. There is no moral compass in the world, except for maybe Yemen. The only state I see acting purely out of like, you can't do that. We will fight you. Because we're in this amoral business mentality, just business, like just some Yankee. Like, if you can do it, then it's right by the fact that it's possible. Therefore, nothing's wrong. I don't have a solution. Not a quick one, anyway. But I know free speech would makes everything they do harder. In fact, I think it would end it. They wouldn't censor us if we didn't matter.
True. Completely agree with that, Ryan. Ryan, in terms of Lebanon, things have gone quite bad over bad in the sense of the ferocious levels of bombing that's occurring. Uh, it's been called Bloody Thursday, I think it is. It was really bad, especially on Thursday. What's your thoughts on that? They've been bombing a lot. Also, like Christian villages, they're not even solely attacking Shia areas. If one thinks that it's Christian, Druze, like these guys have no parameters by which they stop.
No,
You
if
know,
you're not a Jew, you're not a person. They don't care if you're Christian or Shia or Sunni or no religion. They will kill you because you're not them. They're for greater Israel. If you're Lebanese, you're dead man. There is an invading army, and it's just like they don't distinguish between soldier and civilian. They'll go right into a business, a house, whatever, and they will wreck it. They find you, they'll kill you. Same thing with their Air Force. Their Air Force just bombs apartments. And they did the same thing in Gaza. You know, before that, they had their letter bomb campaign in Egypt and all manner of terrorism all over the place. They don't care about civilians. Their mentality is like Sherman from the Civil War. They're just like, burn it all. Burn the farms, salt the land, kill everyone you can find. Or Sheridan. He's this guy quoted, he was also in the Civil War, but he's in the Western Wars afterward, and he said the only good Indian's a dead Indian. Total genocide against Native Americans. They would shoot the buffalo, they would burn their crops, they would kill women, children. State of California even would offer you silver for scalps, and you got paid more for the mothers because that's who produces babies. They were trying to wipe them out, like as an ethnicity, like completely annihilate these people. You're like, oh, that was a long time ago. Like, that was happening all the way up until the 1920s, so that's not that long ago, but nothing changed. Same at that manifest destiny, that's Israel today. Now they're not quite as bad as offering you money to bring body parts back, but they don't have to because they just pay their soldiers' salaries and they know what they're doing. And then they rape the prisoners. And they rape them with like hot iron rods in their anuses and stuff, and like forced amputations, dry boarding, feeding tubes. They do all that stuff. That society shouldn't exist. And the things that Israelis are pissed about is not the murder of their neighbors. It's like just some economic issues, and Orthodox don't want to be conscripted. They're like, well, they don't want to risk anything. They don't care that you're out there killing them. They just don't want to have to put any skin in the game. It's a irredeemable society built on religious fanaticism. A holy land, we're going to bring the diaspora from all over the world and conquer this area and kick out the natives. And the only thing I can think of on that scale of insanity was the colonization of the Americas. Maybe, but like how the Spanish treated the Caribbean, they just killed everybody. I can't think you'd have to go way back to like the Mongolian horde for people to operate like this. And that's what we're dealing with. It's not a movie. There's not some automatic, don't worry, in the end, the good guys win. They're like, nah, track record says otherwise. They toppled all these nations in the Middle East already. And it's not like it was great before that. It was French and British colonialism. Can't get a break. Same thing with Ukraine. Like, can you tell me the last time they had an honest leader? From Holdborn to now, it's been nothing but problems. And I just don't, I think it's a fantasy. Like, let's just vote harder. You know, like, we'll get the right person and But if there was ever a time, it's the current time. If we could get someone like Thomas Massey as president, that would fix a lot. You fix America, you fix the world. Because they're the ones with the most power. But it's so backwards that we have a president, Truth Socialing, about, you know, patting himself on the back to rescue invented women that were made from AI. That has to be peak clown. I can't imagine. I did not like Biden, Obama, Bush, none of them, but I can't imagine any of them being that fucking stupid. But this is the fat orange clown that we have. He believed it. It's not even a good lie. Like, you're insulting me with your psyops. It's very low energy, very low effort. But let's hope that, well, we're like, well, it's only sanctions. Well, I don't want those either. Just have free trade. Just buy the damn oil and gas and increase everybody's standard of living by having a cheaper oil and gas. Iran's not my enemy. They didn't cancel me off anything. That was Zionist Jews that did that, not the Persians. Imagine if we just told Israel to fuck off and we had bought oil from Iraq and Libya and Iran and never put sanctions on any of them and never had sanctions on Syria. The standard of living would rise across the board. Israel doesn't give us anything but more demands and pedophiles. Their economy would collapse if we didn't subsidize it. But now we're in a position, it's like, well, with $39 trillion in debt, we got another war. Don't worry, Americans with no health care will pay for it. And we got these hee-haw jack-off missile Johnnies that are just so in love with look at this kind of gun and this missile and this number, the 4A. They just get lost in the militarism because they're not doing it, you know. And it's not their kids being blown up at school. And they just, I don't know, they hate the Muslims or whatever. Bunch of sand niggers. Like, these are the kind of childish morons that follow everything Trump does and believes everything he says. I mean, I agree with the Joker from Batman. Like, this town needs an enema. It needs such a wake-up call. Like, you morons, they're lying to your face. Your life is the way it is because of all the money they spend on bullshit for Israel. You could have had 89-cent gas if you didn't invade Iraq, if it started there. There was no reason to fight the Taliban for 21 years just to put the Taliban back in charge. Total waste of time. A lot of opium hit the streets, though. You liberated that heroin. Good job. And we don't need bases in Japan, Korea, Germany. Don't need any of this empire. Total waste of money. Our own cities are falling apart. They can't even replace one jetty in North Carolina, which has caused like 52 houses to fall in the water. And no, people did not build their house next to the water. The water used to be hundreds of yards away. But it keeps getting smaller and smaller every year because there's a big fucking hole in the jetty that nobody asked them to put there. But it's kind of like once you dam a river, you have to maintain the dam, otherwise it's going to flood. You know, if you either leave it alone or do it, but then you got to do it forever. And they did the halfway thing. And I'm cynical enough in that situation to be like, yeah, I think they're allowing these things to fall in the water so later some Yankee from New York can buy up all the land and then they'll fix the jetty and then they put their own houses on there and they're all beachfront and they make millions of dollars. That's what's actually happening. Like Dukes of Hazzard, but real. You know, we got our own problems. What I'm saying domestically, with the Francis Keys bridge in Maryland, got hit with that barge. Remember? Has that been repaired? Not even one stone. We can't fix our own states. They gave more money to Israel than West Virginia or Arkansas, which are part of the Union. And Lord, they have problems. Could be fixed. We got kids running around on psychotropics, shooting up their schools. Like, there's so many problems in America. And like, when you're giving away hundreds of billions of dollars to people like Zelensky, you know, probably went right up his nose, and Netanyahu, like two crazy Jews that, you know, buy multiple houses for themselves and wage war on their neighbors. Zelensky broke the Minsk II Accord. And Netanyahu is just, he's a monster. That's where your money goes. Not fixing the bridge, not protecting against beach erosion, not cleaning up the water in Flint, or did just name the problem after problem after problem. Nah. You got to go pay for Mordecai's healthcare in Tel Aviv. So stupid. So sick of it. So I'm supporting Bilzerian. And I'll be in his corner when he needs to make real political decisions. I don't know how much you know. I just know, like, I want a common sense person, like, well, quit doing stupid stuff. Daytona Beach spent $500,000 through the fire department on vehicle maintenance. Typical bill, by the way, per year is around $44,000. They spent $500,000 and they got subpoenaed. And they went in on April 29th, but it's closed session. We'll see what happened. That's Randy Fine's district, by the way. That amount of graphs and stuff, that you could never get away with that if we had a functional press. And I think News 13, it's a channel in Florida, covered it a little. I'm like, it was Pelosi level corruption. I guess you could say Trump level because the insider trading, I think he's surpassed her. But yeah, they moved a location. They did not need all that for all trucks or whatever. And they spent like $50,000 on like Five Guys and Burger King and stuff from their it's called a P card. If you can drill into any county and find the corruption, because there's just nobody pays attention to these things. That's a mayor problem mostly, but they do get some federal funding. Randy Fine he's too busy voting for the kill switch for automobiles. He's there for Israel. You need to get rid of him, and you need to get rid of Lindsey Graham. Like, please, South Carolina, get this faggot out of office. Anyone else would be better. A lamppost would be better than Lindsey Graham. Although I think he'd probably look at a lamppost and think, I can take it, it'll fit. Anyway, other than that, I hope everyone has a great day. I'm going to get some late breakfast, and I'll talk to y'all later.
Appreciate it as always, Ryan. Thanks for coming on. Much love. Appreciate it, Ryan. Guys, make sure you
I'd
give him.
appreciate if people would add me on here and just at least look at the Substack. It's my name, ryandawson.org. Like, sign up for free and see how you like it. At least do that. I'd really, really appreciate that.
Definitely. Guys, everyone follow Ryan's Substack and also his Twitter as well, which is Ryan Liberty. It's the handle on here. Make sure you're following him. listen, there's only a few people on here who are being targeted, who have no way, like literally only have a few platforms or only one platform to essentially relay the information. Ryan's one of them. So make sure you're following his Substack. And yeah, I'm gonna start putting content out. Well, I've started to put content out on Substack. I did one on the trade deal, and I did one on Lebanon. It explains the entire. It took me a while to write it, to be honest. No, it didn't take me that long. It took me like a while to put it all together in the right way, to put it, like, to organize it and stuff. But I did one on the entirety, like basically the Lebanon war. You may, like, a lot of people may have missed it and not been aware of exactly what's going on, or may have missed the details, or whatever, whatever's happening. You might see a video here and there. Ryan might give you an interview update or whatever. So that Substack kind of gives you an overview. So go on my Substack. I don't know what's my name on my Substack. I think it's Suleiman Ahmed X, the Substack. So go there, go to Substack, follow Ryan's, follow mine, and make sure you're following both of us on Substack, because content's being produced on there. And I'm gonna be doing my first. We stream on X as per normal, and YouTube, but I'm gonna stream on Substack and Instagram tomorrow as well, and TikTok. We've asked for permission, because to do it off the desktop you need to get permission and this and that kind of stuff. But we'll be streaming the Larry Johnson interview and the interview with another Lebanese journalist tomorrow. And I said to you guys, I'm gonna try and get, if I can, one Lebanese journalist every day or every other day or every few days, just to give us what's happening on the ground. I think that's very, very important. So yeah, check that out. That's gonna be good. So yeah, follow us on Substack. And yeah, sorry, mine's just Suleiman Ahmed. That's it. It's my name, Suleiman Ahmed, and the handle is Suleiman Ahmed. So yeah, follow us on Substack. That would be awesome. Yeah, that's what I did. Black Wednesday, 60 days that Lebanon will never forget, and it goes into detail about everything that happened in Lebanon. So make sure you're following that. And actually, let me put that in the next, and I'll put the latest tweet. So first I'll put the latest tweet. Again, it's from Gadi. It was a great interview today. So make sure you're retweeting this. Let me put in the nest. She made some golden comments, so there's a lot of good clips from her. And Black. It's called Black Wednesday, but sometimes I forget and I call it Black Friday. Oops, here we. Oh God, 1 second. And then I'll get back into the conversation. Here we go. So that tweet's in the nest as well. And you'll see the Substack article, and then you can join the Substack. I think it's worth reading. You want to be apprised of exactly what's happening in Lebanon up to now. I think it's a very good thing to read and watch. Okay, let's go to who's up here. Does anybody want to add anything, or should we go to Joy? Joy's just come up. Oh, Paul. Joy, do you want to add anything?
What's up, Suleiman? I just wanted to say that Ryan was hitting a lot of good points there. There's just one country who's allowed to have this much influence on our government in the United States. And, if anyone else was doing it, like if Italy was doing this, do you guys, that's my question for Ryan. If Italy was doing this, do you think that anyone would say anything? Or it would be, you wouldn't get silenced. You'd be able to say, look, this is what the fucking Italians are doing. But Israel does it, and you're labeled an anti-Semite, which it's a word that doesn't even have any meaning to it. And what's up, Andy? I see you over there, brother.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. They have to censor us because it's the truth. No, if Italy or any other country was committing a genocide like this, if let's say Germany was doing this, it would get called out, but it's only if, let's say, I don't know, Saudi Arabia, which is one of our allies, gets killed a bunch of Yemenis, or the UAE is committing atrocities in Sudan, they can get away with it because, oh, it's people just, well, Africa sadly just gets ignored, and then media just doesn't even report on it. And then what happened in Yemen just got ignored, sadly. And then but then Russia, they act like, oh my God, Putin's Hitler. And if you look at, like, Putin is going out of his way to avoid civilian casualties. You look at the number of journalists killed, schools bombed by Israel versus Putin, it's not even close. Israel's killed way more civilians, way more journalists, way more hospital workers, bombed way more hospitals, way more schools than Putin has. But if you listen to the media and all the propaganda, you'd think Putin is this monster and in Israel, oh, we're just defending ourselves. You don't freaking bomb ambulances to defend themselves. You don't kill journalists to cover. You don't kill journalists. The reason they're killing journalists is because they don't want anyone to report
Andy,
war
did you
crimes.
grow up with the myth of the innocent Jew? Like, I definitely grew up with it, telling me the stories of like King David. They used to love to tell stories about King David using his little schmeckle, his little slingshot.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joey, but this isn't about Judaism. It's about politics, so just stay away
Yeah,
from that,
yeah, yeah,
please.
yeah, yeah. I mean, well, I mean, just growing up, like, we never learned about the truth about like Israel and the war crimes that Israel committed. We just kind of, I mean, until October 7th, I never really just thought much about Israel because it wasn't in the news and it just wasn't really discussed. And then afterwards, eventually I learned, like, in later in 2024, I learned, like, and dug into it more, and like it was just like realized how horrific it was, and then like I started speaking out against it more and more and more because of how horrific it was. Like, I felt like it was my duty to speak out against it, and I just realized how much like influence they have over our country and just how wrong it is. And like, no, why are we giving this country all this money? Like, I was like, people need to realize, and it's so ridiculous how you have Republicans that are against giving Ukraine all this money, but then they have no issue with giving Israel money. It's just completely ridiculous.
I guess you guys are right. It's the overall Zionist ideology that's it's permeated even to the Christendom here in the United States, the evangelical Christians that basically worship Israel more than Christ, more than they worship
Well,
Christ.
Ted
They
Cruz
keep.
straight up said it on Tucker Carlson. Ran for the U.S. Congress 12 years ago to be the biggest defender of Israel in the United States Senate. That is treason. You are openly admitting that you are in office to serve the other interest of another country, and that is the biggest priority. A member of Congress should serve the American people, and you are openly admitting to treason. If a member of Congress said, my goal is to be the biggest defender of China or Russia or Iran, they would be immediately removed from office, and rightfully so. And that same standard should apply for Israel. But no, you're allowed to be to serve Israel because they're the ones that control us and exert this influence on us, and it is absolutely sickening. And people just ignore that and think that's, oh, it's perfectly normal. Oh, they're this great ally. Like, you can't just say, oh, I'm against foreign influence, but I'm okay with Israel pulling the strings and senators on camera admitting to it. It's absolutely disgusting. You can't pick and
See,
choose
Andy,
what foreign influence
he
you
has a
with.
very powerful lobby in the United States.
Yeah, that's
The Turks have to register as foreign agents. Israel's lobby doesn't have to register as a foreign agent.
exactly, they don't, and that's why they're able
Yeah.
to get away with this. If they had to, you'd have to have Laura Loom, or you'd have to have Ben Shapiro, you'd have to have Mark Levin have to register as foreign agents because what they're pushing is straight up foreign propaganda, and then everyone would know. Like, come on, everything they're pushing is straight up Israeli propaganda, and then they put it under the guise of we're defending America from the Islamists. No, you're not. The Islamists are not trying to freaking come over here and mass and destroy America. Like, Biden's border was open for 4 years. If they wanted to come in and do a bunch of terrorist attacks in those 4 years, they could have, and they didn't.
Yeah.
And isn't that why they killed JFK? Because he wanted them to register.
Yes, he wanted them to register, and he wrote the letters to Ben Gurion, the prime minister at the time, saying, like, hey, you have these nuclear facilities we didn't know about. We want to have inspections on your nuclear facilities. And he wanted to inspect their nuclear facilities and said, if you don't let us inspect your nuclear facilities, we might have to reconsider some of your aid in the future. And then JFK mysteriously is assassinated. And then under Lyndon B. Johnson, they start getting increased military aid, and then they end up with nuclear weapons. Huh, funny how that works.
Yeah. True.
So, couple of things. I just want to give some updates on some news, and then yeah, let me give some updates on some news. The news is here we go. Trump says he may restart the war in Iran if they misbehave. He said, quote, if they misbehave, do something bad. Right now, we'll see. It's a possibility that could happen. Trump's asked if American energy companies could operate in Iran, and he doesn't answer the question. The Truth Social post Beatrix read out earlier. Trump says they're not leaving Iran. He said, if we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild, but we're not having that. So nobody has to go back in 2 years or in 5 years. So he's quite clearly stating that they don't want to be in a situation where they need to go back. Let's see what else. I mentioned about Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines announced an immediate cessation of operations due to a financial crisis. Not a great situation for Spirit Airlines. We mentioned Ben Gavir, the sicko, his birthday cake having a noose on it, representing the death penalty that they wish to apply solely to innocent Palestinians. This is the way of Ben Gavir, the Zionist fraud. And it's funny, what was funny was Naftali Bennett, basically, and I believe Yair Lapid have joined forces and created a party together. And everyone, some people who are pro-Palestine were like, "Oh, that's so amazing!" And it's like, "Bro, are you guys so dumb? Like, there's no difference between them." And like today, Naftali Bennett literally came out and said, "Guess what? Netanyahu is acting too humanely in the Lebanese war. He needs to be a lot more mental, a lot more aggressive, and be basically attacking key areas without holding back. And because he's holding back, it makes the job very difficult for our bold and beautiful Israeli soldiers." So this is an example of what we say when we say that all these people are the same. There's no difference between them. They and Netanyahu is merely enacting the job that he's he's been told to do. But if there was any other person, they would do the exact same thing. So that's very, very important point to note. Now, guys, there is a tweet in the nest. It is a segment from the interview that we did with Gadi Francis. She's a Christian Lebanese journalist on the ground, war correspondent, relaying the information on the ground from there. So do follow her, first of all. But the second thing is that make sure that you, watch that video. It's a really good video. It's only like 10 minutes long, and she lays out some of the things that this regime is doing against Christians. And so if you're a Christian Zionist and you're supporting Israel, well, you should basically learn about the direct attacks and targets that they're doing on the various Lebanese Christian areas, locations, monasteries, churches. They killed a priest a week ago. These people have no sense of humanity. And that link to that video is in the nest of the space, and it's in the YouTube comments. Now, tomorrow, guys, just so you're aware, we're going to be back at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So just be ready for that, 3 p.m. Eastern. And then we have an interview with Larry Johnson at 5 p.m. Eastern. So it should be good. So we're going to run the space as per normal, and then we'll do the interviews later on in the space. So watch out for that. Obviously, Larry's former CIA and great knowledge, great information, and worth having that level of information from him. Great guy. He seems less convinced that there's going to be a war now, which is a surprise change, I would say, because he was someone who believed that there would be a kinetic war. By the way, I still hold the position. I still think that there will be some kind of kinetic action. There's way too much movement. Way too.
Suleiman, you just said, like literally, the first piece of news you read out, I want to ask you about that. Trump saying if they misbehave, I might take action, which implies he thinks Iran is behaving by having the Strait of Hormuz closed.
Well, not really. So when you said to your kid, "Oh, guess what? If you be naughty, then you're gonna be in trouble. It doesn't mean they're behaving right now. It doesn't mean that they're behaving right now.
If they
Nah.
misbehave, like seriously, that's what he's saying. Like, talk about a change of like rhetoric from him.
Anyway, there is a lot of movement. Is this from now? This is crazy. Yes.
Andrew
Yeah.
and I are the moral resistance.
Yes.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, Suleiman, I'm hanging in there with you. I think we will see some action. I don't. It won't be, of course, a massive invasion, but it'll be something. And I think they're going to try an internal kind of smash and grab to get some more enriched uranium or something. But it'll be. I think we'll see something. There's just too much in place. Too many levers moving here.
Yeah. Okay, guys, do me a favor, because I do think there's a small chance it could happen tonight, to be honest. I'm looking at some of the movement on the aircrafts. So have your X notifications on. You know you don't get notified on my so have your X notifications on. Watch out for the page. I don't think people see the space as much as they do normally, so you're gonna have to put your YouTube notifications on as well. Have everything ready and be ready for the space. We're gonna end the space now. We'll be back tomorrow. Obviously, if there's an attack tonight, we'll restart. And yeah, we'll come and watch that video. It's only like 10 minutes. We'll come and watch it together, and I'll be